Good morning. Can everybody hear me okay?
Good morning. Yes, we can hear you, Judge.
Great. Is everybody ready to go?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Shine in particular, are you ready to go?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. And Miss Federico, I think.
Yes, it's
Sam?
me and I'm ready.
Okay, great. Thank you. We are on the record in proceeding number 26 G dash 26C-0259TO. My name is Connor Farley. I am the administrative law judge assigned to this proceeding. It is approximately now 9:04 a.m. on August 25th, 2026, and this proceeding is being webcast. I will take appearances.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Attorney General Justin Cox with the Colorado Attorney General's Office. On behalf of staff, I'm joined by my colleagues, Assistant Attorneys General Jennifer Hayden and Aileen Chong.
Thank you. And for the respondent, is there anybody here on behalf of the respondent, Supreme Towing? I see that there's a Sebastian Ostrowski, I believe. Is Mr. Cox, is that person with you?
Yes, he's one of our witnesses.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Cox, have you had, or have you or anybody on your team had any communications with anybody for the respondent, Supreme Towing?
We have not heard from respondent. The last we heard was his motion for continuance. We did not receive any communication after that.
Okay. So here's what I want to do. Let's take a 15-minute recess. I want to give the respondent further opportunity to attempt to appear here for this hearing. So we will be in recess until 9:20 a.m. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Shine, are you ready to go again?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Ms. Federico?
Yes, same here.
Okay, we're back on the record in proceeding number 26C-0259TO. We went on the record at approximately 9:04 a.m. I took appearances and nobody had appeared on behalf of the respondent in this proceeding. Has anybody joined the hearing who is here to represent or be on behalf of the respondent Supreme Towing? Mr. Cox, I see that there's an Aaron Winter who has joined, and I'm assuming that that individual is with you.
Yes.
Okay. There's nobody here on behalf of respondents. We will go ahead with the hearing. Before we do, Mr. Cox, is there anything that you'd like me to address before we get into the evidence?
We don't have anything right now.
Okay. So with that, you may call your first witness.
Thank you. Staff calls Joseph Potts.
Thank you and welcome, Mr. Potts, and please raise your hand and answer the following question. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Potts, is there anybody in the room with you while you're testifying?
No, there's not.
Okay. If anybody does join the room or you get any communications with anybody regarding your testimony here today, please let me know, okay?
Will do.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Cox, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Potts.
Good morning.
Please state and spell your name for the record.
Joseph Potts, Josephpotts.
Who is your employer?
The Colorado Public Utilities Commission.
What is your current position with the commission?
I am a criminal investigator in the transportation section of the PUC.
How long have you worked as an investigator for the commission?
Just over 4.5 years now.
What did you do prior to your employment with the PUC?
I was a sheriff's deputy for 15 years at the city and county of Denver.
As part of your duties as a criminal investigator with the commission, are you familiar with the statutes and rules that govern the regulation of tow carriers in Colorado?
Yes, I am.
Also, as part of your duties, have you become familiar with Supreme Towing and Oscar Salinas?
Yes, I have.
How have you become familiar with them?
A number of complaints have been filed against this company, and I've worked with other agencies in trying to resolve some of these complaints.
And by other agencies, who do you mean?
Well, I was initially assigned to a complaint in October of last year alleging that Supreme Towing was sharing tow jobs that were called in on the behalf of insurance companies, and then they were sharing those jobs amongst themselves in order to defraud the insurance companies. I initially was contacted by the National Insurance Crime Bureau and also put in touch with the Colorado Metropolitan Auto Theft Task Force.
And the Metropolitan Auto Theft Task Force, can you explain a little bit who they are?
Yeah, it's a task force representing several law enforcement agencies in the Denver metro area. It's comprised of detectives from several of these agencies with the goal of combating auto theft.
Okay. And I do want to touch on your investigations, but I want to understand a little more about Supreme's background. What type of service does Supreme Towing provide?
They are a towing carrier.
And
It's a tow company.
Has Supreme Towing been issued a permit to operate by the Public Utilities Commission?
Yes, they were.
When did the commission first issue a tow carrier permit to Supreme Towing?
I believe that was in September of 2022.
And what is the current status of Supreme Towing's permit?
Their permit is currently suspended.
Ms. Federico, if we could pull up, it's been marked as hearing exhibit 100. If we could scroll down, that's the notice. Thank you. Investigator Potts, do you recognize this document?
I do.
And what is it?
This is the IFMS profile for Supreme Towing.
And what information is generally contained in the IFMS?
It is the operator profile, so it contains information specific to the company, such as owner, designated agent, address, email, history, such as that.
And is this a record of the commission?
Yes, it is.
Is it the regular practice of the commission to create and maintain IFMS records in the ordinary course of its activities?
Yes, it is.
Staff moves to admit hearing exhibit 100.
100 is admitted.
And Investigator Potts, can you tell us who the owner and the designated agent of Supreme Towing is that's kept on file with the PUC?
That would be Oscar Salinas.
Also, does the IFMS indicate whether Supreme Towing maintains a storage lot where it stores towed vehicles?
Yes, it does.
Have you visited this lot before?
Yes, many times.
We can go ahead and take this down, Ms. Federico, if we could pull up.
Actually, Ms.
Hearing-
Federico, if we could just go back to that. Sorry
Sure.
to interrupt, Mr. Cox and Mr.
Okay.
Potts. Could we just scroll down? I just want to see Oscar Salinas's name in here. I'm assuming he's listed somewhere.
Right there.
Under designated agent,
Correct.
but you know he's the owner, Mr. Potts.
Yes, sir. According to his towing application, he is listed as, I believe, owner, CEO, Supreme Towing.
Okay,
If you scroll down one more page, I think it's on the top of the next page. Listed as member partner there.
okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate that. And the storage lot, is that listed on here as well?
Yes, it is.
And
You'll have
where
to
would that? Sorry, go ahead, Mr. Potts.
You'll have to scroll up to the address summary. I think it may be 1 or 2 pages above us. Yeah, right in
Yeah,
there.
it is. Oops.
Should be 2690 West Union Boulevard in Lakewood, or actually Inglewood.
And that's OPR storage. That's the designation on here. Is that right, Mr. Potts?
I'm sorry, can you repeat your question?
That's listed as OPR storage in the left-hand column. Am I right about that?
Correct. If we can zoom in, I can point it out specifically. I just want to make sure I'm not referring to a previous storage facility. Yes, it's right there. OPR storage with an effective date of September 17th, 2025.
Okay. And I've never, I don't think, asked this question before in any of these. OPR, is that operator? Does that stand for operator?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you. I apologize. Please go ahead, Mr. Cox.
It's totally okay. Ms. Federico, thank you. We can take this down. If we could pull up what's been marked as hearing exhibit 101. And before we go into that, Your Honor, I just want to clarify that that was for hearing exhibit 100. It was both the confidential and public versions for
So
admission.
you're for admission, okay, yes,
Yes.
both are admitted. 100 and 100C are admitted.
Thank you. Investigator Potts, are you familiar with this document?
Yes, I am.
What is it?
This is the business license that was issued by the Colorado Secretary of State to Supreme Towing.
And are you familiar with this document?
Yes, I am.
How are you familiar?
I'm the one that located this record and saved it to the file.
And in the ordinary course of your investigations, do you access the Secretary of State's website for
Yes, I
business
do.
records like these?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware if anything has changed from this record?
I am not aware of any changes.
Staff moves to admit hearing exhibit 101.
101 is admitted.
And on this document here, Investigator Potts, who is listed as the registered agent with the Secretary of State for Supreme Towing?
Oscar Salinas.
Thank you. Ms. Federico, we can take this down. Thank you very much. Investigator Potts, you mentioned having received various complaints against Supreme Towing, conducted investigations. Can you tell us approximately how many investigations you've conducted related to Supreme Towing?
I would say off the top of my head between the order of 7 and 10 current and past investigations.
And did any of your investigations result in a CPAN or civil penalty?
No, sir. No CPANs were issued.
Any warnings?
Yes. 2 prior cases resulted in the issuance of warning letters.
Can you tell us about those investigations and walk us through what happened with those?
Sure. So the first case occurred in April of 2023, in which Arlene Richards reported that her vehicle was either stolen or towed from some location in either Denver or Aurora. She did her own research and learned that this particular tow was reported, or that this particular tow had been reported to the Denver Police Department as a private property impound. However, the tow company, or upon contact with Supreme Towing, I learned that the tow company failed to perform the statutorily required search for the registered owner and lien holder and send notice that the vehicle had been towed and impounded. Therefore, the tow company was in possession of a stolen vehicle at that time. So a warning letter was issued to the company for failing to comply with that requirement.
And was this a consensual or non-consensual tow?
According to the tow company, the vehicle was abandoned in a construction parking lot, and they were then called in to remove it so they could resume their construction. So I think this was primarily a PPI, a non-consensual tow. Private property impound, sorry.
Sure. Ms. Federico, if we could pull up hearing exhibit 119. Investigator Potts, what is this document?
This is the warning letter that I issued to Supreme Towing.
And if we could scroll down a little bit, Ms. Federico, towards the bottom of the page. And is that your signature, Investigator
Yes,
Potts?
sir, it is. It is.
Staff moves to admit hearing exhibit 119.
119 is admitted.
And I think we can take this one down. Thank you. Investigator Potts, you mentioned there was you had two warning letters. Could you describe to us the other complaint and the result of that investigation?
The next complaint I received occurred in January of 2026. This happened in a general public storage yard at 1919 West Stanford Avenue, and I believe Lakewood. A tenant at this property indicated that he was trying to access his storage unit. So he pulled over on the side of the service road to unlock the gate so he could bring out supplies or load supplies. But while doing so, the tow company saw the vehicle on the side of the road, pulled up, hooked the vehicle to the tow truck, and then demanded $200 cash in order to release the vehicle. During the course of that investigation, we could not prove that the tow company charged $200. However, in speaking with Mr. Salinas, I was able to confirm that they did not fill out a tow record or invoice, and that the signage that they have displayed at the property was much smaller than the state requires.
And when you reference tow company, who are you referencing?
Supreme Towing.
And was this a consensual or non-consensual towing situation?
This would have been non-consensual.
And what action did you take as a result of your investigation?
Another warning letter was issued to the company for the regulatory violations involving the signage and for failing to complete the tow record and invoice.
And why did you issue a warning instead of a CPAN?
This is the first type of offense that we have on record for this company, so we usually address those with refund requests and warning letters. Since I couldn't prove that $200 cash changed hand in this case, I just issued the warning letter.
Ms. Federico, if we could pull up hearing exhibit 118. Investigator Potts, is this the warning letter you sent to Supreme Towing?
Yes, it is.
Ms. Federico, if we could scroll down just a little bit. Is that your signature at the bottom?
Yes, it is.
Staff moves to admit hearing exhibit 119, or excuse me, 118.
118 is admitted.
Thank you, Ms. Federico. We can take this down. Investigator Potts, did you conduct investigation related to a Leslie Campos?
Yes, I did.
Could you please describe the nature of that complaint and the investigation?
Ms. Campos filed a complaint with the Public Utility Commission alleging that it was March 20th of 2026, so this past March, she was involved in an auto accident along Sheridan Boulevard near Sloan's Lake in Denver. She said that right after the accident, a Supreme tow truck arrived on scene and started talking to her, convinced her that the vehicle was a total loss, and then talked his way into allowing him to leave with her vehicle. He then took her and the vehicle to her house, where she went inside to locate the title, and he made arrangements to attempt to sell or auction the vehicle off the following day. The next day, she said that she received an offer from Supreme Towing. She believed the value of what they were offering was much lower than what the vehicle was worth, so a dispute then ensued. Supreme Towing then issued some lien warnings and invoices for $1,100 to Ms. Campos in an attempt to get her to pay the tow bill or allow them to sell the vehicle on her behalf.
And was this a consensual or non-consensual tow?
Well, initially, I mean, this is technically a consensual tow, but what Ms. Campos had told me is after the tow truck driver had initially contacted her, he told her that her iPhone's SOS feature detected the impact and automatically dispatched them to the call or to the scene of the accident. I don't believe that iPhones have such capability or that actually happened. So in my opinion, that the tow company here used fraud and deceit in order to gain an authorization to take the vehicle. However, it is primarily a consensual tow.
And did you take any action as a result of your investigation?
No, the majority of the tow regulations that the Public Utility Commission has involve tows in which a vehicle is taken either without the owner's consent or it is ordered the tow is ordered by law enforcement. In this case, it's an accident on the side of the road. We don't necessarily get involved in those types of transactions.
Was this matter referred to any other agencies?
It was. When I was done with my investigation, I provided a copy of this report to one of the detectives at the Colorado Metropolitan Auto Theft Task Force. I also spoke with special agents of the National Insurance Crime Bureau, the Department of Motor Vehicles, and also had phone calls with the Denver District Attorney's Office.
Thank you. And have you had any investigations related to Madison Everidge?
Yes.
If you could please describe the nature of that complaint in your investigation.
About 10 days after this accident, so March 30th of 2026, Agudi Diaz of Enterprise Rent-A-Car filed a complaint with the Public Utility Commission alleging that one of their vehicles was involved in an accident and Supreme Towing arrived on scene and took the vehicle without the consent of their renter. I was then put in touch with Miss Everidge, who informed me that she's an employee of the Colorado State Patrol and works as a port of entry officer, and that the CSP had actually rented her this vehicle for the performance of her duties. She said that on the evening of the 30th, she was involved in an accident where the vehicle was sideswiped, however, sustained very little damage near I-70 and Youngfield Street. She said she pulled over, called 911. However, Supreme Towing arrived first on scene after about only 15 minutes and told her that they were dispatched by Enterprise to tow the vehicle. She said that she felt that was odd as she had not even informed Enterprise of the car accident, and that the tow truck driver was very pushy, wanting to get the vehicle loaded up on his truck and leave with it. After about 45 minutes, he apparently told Miss Everidge that the police were not coming and he left with the car. I then contacted Supreme Towing and requested copies of the authorization, the invoice, and supporting documentation for this call, because upon review of the tow invoice, there is a number of rather exuberant fees that the tow company was charging for, to include an 8% processing fee for the use of a credit card. Supreme Towing responded and informed me that this was a consensual tow and offered an invoice that they claim was signed by Miss Everidge on the scene. I provided a copy of this invoice to Miss Everidge. She reviewed it and told me she did not sign anything that day or any time thereafter, and that was not her signature. I also asked the tow company again for those credit card processing documents to prove that they are incurred an 8% cost to run a credit card. They didn't provide me with anything.
And did Enterprise, in your discussions with them, indicate whether they had contacted Supreme Towing to tow the vehicle?
Yes. So Supreme Towing also sent over a screenshot from some sort of towing application indicating that they were dispatched to the scene from a National Car Club. I forwarded those documents off to the complainant at Enterprise, who informed me that they have no contract with National Auto Club, and that it appeared the tow company added their name to the application to make it look like they were actually dispatched to the scene by Enterprise, but she assured me that they were not.
Ms. Federico, if we could pull up hearing exhibit 122. Thank you. Investigator Potts, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is the invoice that Supreme Towing sent me as proof that this was a consensual tow, and it includes the signature at the bottom that they claim was provided by Miss Everidge.
Approximately when did you receive this invoice from Supreme Towing?
It would have been sometime in April of this year.
Staff moves to admit hearing exhibit 122.
122 is admitted.
Investigator Potts, based on your investigation, did you take any action?
I couldn't take any PUC action because, again, the majority of our regulations pertain to non-consensual or law enforcement order tows. Neither was the case in this incident. However, I did provide a copy of this report, again, to the CMAT detectives as well as the NICB.
Thank you. Ms. Federico, we can take this down. So you indicated that you didn't issue CPANs in these last two cases mainly because of consensual tows and limited regulations. Do tow carriers that conduct consensual tows still need to be permitted by the commission to operate?
Yes, they do.
And Investigator Potts, do you have any current investigations regarding Supreme Towing?
Yeah, I'm up to 3 now. 3 more complaints after the tow company's permit was suspended.
Could you please describe the nature of those complaints?
It appears that the respondent is continuing to operate and perform non-consensual private property impounds from various locations in Denver and Boulder.
And again, these investigations are ongoing.
They're ongoing. Allegedly, they have occurred since the permit was suspended on June 30th.
Investigator Potts, based on your investigations, what is your opinion regarding Supreme Towing maintaining a permit?
I believe Supreme Towing is using their PUC authority to essentially steal cars and commit insurance fraud. And it would be my recommendation that the commission revoke their towing authority permanently.
Thank you, Investigator Potts. No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any questions either. So Investigator Potts, thank you for your testimony, and you are you may step down, as it were.
Yeah.
Mr. Cox, you may call your next witness, or Miss Hayden.
Your Honor, Jennifer Hayden, Assistant Attorney General on behalf of PUC staff. Your Honor, we are trying to get our next witness online.
I'm here.
Oh, great. Your Honor, staff will call Ms. Leslie Campos.
Okay, thank you, and welcome, Miss Campos. Do you have video capability on the device you're using?
I do, sir. Let me just pull over really quick. I was trying to head home, but let me pull over and do this. Let me find a street, okay?
Yes. Take your time. We
Yes,
can
sir.
wait.
Okay, Your Honor. Okay, I am parked. Okay. Let me do the video. My camera's kind of bad, but it works.
Yes. Thank you for being here. Are you okay to be parked where you are to provide this testimony now?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm in a residential neighborhood. It's fine.
Okay. So don't drive while you're testifying. I would strongly ask you not to do that.
No.
If you're ready, let me ask you to raise your hand and answer the following question. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Could you please state your name for the record and then spell it for us as well?
My name is Leslie Campos, alias Leycampos.
Thank you very much. Ms. Hayden, you may go forward.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Campos. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing well. How are you?
Fine, thank you. Thanks for being here this morning. Ms. Campos, are you familiar with Supreme Towing?
I
And how are you familiar with Supreme Towing?
I was in a car accident last year, and they appeared at the scene of the accident.
And what happened when they appeared?
So after my accident, they appeared maybe 5-10 minutes after the accident. The police hadn't even arrived yet. They appeared. He immediately parked in the middle of the street on Sheridan, going south. He told me that my iPhone's SOS system called him.
Is that a possibility? Did your iPhone call Supreme Towing?
Okay, so after everything that happened, I didn't know. So well, I thought it was something that was nice, that my iPhone would do that. I was like, oh, okay, how convenient. So I after everything happened, I called Apple and I'm like, hey, this tow truck company says that you guys contacted him. They said that they don't call third parties. They only call the police, just emergency numbers.
When Supreme Towing informed you that your iPhone called them, how did you make a decision to let Supreme tow your car?
Okay, so after they arrived, I was obviously shaken up from the car accident. The police arrived later, shortly after that, and the police are like, "Oh, we're gonna call," because they have their own tow trucks that they call.
Mhm.
And Supreme was like, "Oh no, don't worry. Our rates are the same as the city rates." And so even the police were like, "Oh, that's pretty cool that the SOS called you," because they didn't even know either that SOS did that and that their rates were the same. So I
Okay.
was, it gave me just some confidence in them saying it in front of the police that their rates were the same as city rates. Come to find out they weren't.
Yeah, then what happened?
So then I asked them if they can give me a ride home. They obviously had to take my truck out of the median because it couldn't stay there. Um, I walked over, I got on, and they're like, "Yeah, we can take you. We can take you home." It was less than a mile from there, maybe like 4 blocks from there. And on the way there, he told me that my vehicle was totaled. And I said, I just knew that it was, it looked pretty bad from the front. He's like, "Yeah, it's pretty bad." He's like, I'm like, "You think so?" He's like, "Yes, it's really bad. It's totaled." And that's when he suggested, like, "Hey, we can auction it for you." I was just, I guess, distraught because it was the first vehicle that I've ever paid off. So it was really, um, it was something that I really cared about, you know?
Yes.
So caught me in that moment where I was like, "Oh man, it's totaled. How am I going to get money to fix it?" And I didn't have insurance, by the way, and he knew that. So he's like, "Yeah, it's going to cost a lot of money to fix." He's like, "But we have an auction online." He's like, "You tell us how much money you want for it." He's like, "We'll put it up for sale." He's like, "But we do need your title."
Okay.
So I'm like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "Yes, we need your title." And he's like, "But you won't sign it until we sell it." I was like, "Well, okay." So he took me home. I'm like, "But I have tools in the back of my truck." He's like, "Oh, don't worry, I'll help you take them out." I'm like, "Okay." He helped me. I had a sled, my daughter's sled from the winter. He put several objects on the top and he just dragged it up the driveway and he left it there. And that's all that happened. So then he waited. He didn't want to leave without the title. and I couldn't find the title because I mean, I've had the truck for a few years, so it was hard for me to find the title, but I ended up finding the title. And he called his boss, and I'm like, hey, so what's gonna happen? I recorded the phone call, and his boss was like, yeah, we're not gonna charge you storage fees. He's like, we'll put it up for auction in our website. He's like, if you agree on the price, then we'll sell it, and then you can go sign it, and then we'll give you the money for it. And I
Why were
said,
you, Ms. Campos, why were you recording that conversation?
because I wanted to make sure that what they were telling me was true, and that they knew. And I told them that I was recording as well.
Uh-huh. So were you not believing
That
what they,
way they can keep.
so were you hesitant to believe what they were telling you?
I was just being careful.
Yes.
I was
Okay. And
just
then,
because it was my truck. It was already paid off. It's a Tacoma Limited black. It's a beautiful truck. So you can't just give your title to anybody. You need to make sure that you're careful with what you do with your vehicle, with things that you own. Like I said, it's the first vehicle I've ever owned.
mhm.
So I'm cautious with that. And the guy seemed really nice to me. Like I said, he even offered to help me take my tools out of my truck, which I thought was really nice. He waited there until I found the title. They told me that they wouldn't sell it until I gave them the go ahead, with the
Mhm.
price that. And I told the gentleman, that the tow truck driver, I'm like, hey, but I'm also going to put it on Marketplace to see who sells it faster.
Okay. And
Said,
Ms. Campos, yes, you
okay.
filed a complaint with the PUC, is that right?
I did, yes,
And
ma'am.
what led to that complaint?
So what led to that was that they told me that I had to do an appointment so that I can go, because like I said, I put it on Marketplace. I started getting bombarded with calls from Marketplace with messages, and I told them like, hey, I have somebody that wants to go see it today at 5 p.m. and they said okay. And then the gentleman in the office called me back. He's like, hey, we have a buyer here already. And I'm like, well, how much does he want to pay for it? He gave me a price. It was insane, like 2,500 or something. And I was like, no. And then they're like, oh, you're
Ms.
making
Campos, because you thought that was insanely low price?
yes, insane. It's just insane. It's an insane low price for that truck.
And Ms. Campos, one other question. When you called the office, are you referring to the Supreme Towing Office?
Yes, they gave me a business card, and I called the number on the back.
Okay. All right. Please continue.
So he said that it was a customer of theirs, that I was gonna make them look bad if I didn't sell it to them, trying to
That's what
pressure me.
is that what Supreme said to you?
That it was they're a good client of theirs, that they were gonna look bad if they were already there looking at it. I'm like, but I thought you said you were gonna put it online. I don't understand. You haven't even put it online yet. I was just confused by everything that they were telling me.
Okay.
And I'm like, I have somebody that potentially gonna buy it at 5. He's like, you can't come at 5. I'm like, but I already confirmed it with you. You said yes. I have this person going with me. He's gonna come pick me up because I didn't have a vehicle anymore. We were both gonna go. And he's like, nope, you can't come. You have to come on Monday. He's like, storage fees will start accruing. And that's when I was like, oh my God, that's not what you guys told me. And he's like, oh, well, the storage fees are only if we sell it for you. I'm like, but that's not what you said when I spoke with your boss. That's not what he said. And so they started changing things on me. All of a sudden, they charged $450 an hour, I believe.
Okay.
Uh, and I'm like, and he charged me for 2 hours. And I'm like, what do you mean 2 hours? He's like, well, because that's how long it took me. It took me an hour to go from my shop to where you crashed, and then an hour to take your truck back to the towing yard. And I was like, but you showed up in about 6-7 minutes after I crashed. The tow truck yard is at least 45 minutes from where I crashed. That's insane. They're like, you have to pay this or you're gonna lose your truck. They started sending me letters all that same day, that same evening. They started sending me letters of me possibly losing my truck if I didn't pay. And I'm like, but you're not even letting me take it out. How do you want me to pay if you're not letting me take my truck out? I had an appointment set for 5 and you didn't let me go.
Right.
Like, no, you're gonna have to come on Monday, and you have to make an appointment. And if you don't come and you have to bring cash because we don't accept credit cards. And and that's what happened. So I ended up calling the cops later that night because this guy was just threatening me. He said that they know the cops, that they were gonna tell the judge if I took him to court that I didn't have insurance and that I was gonna get in trouble. But it's like I told him, one thing doesn't, these two things don't go together. What you're doing to me with my truck has nothing to do with the fact that I don't have insurance. That's for another judge to decide. And
Yes.
he was just throwing out threats, and I wasn't scared. I was mostly scared of losing my truck.
Okay. Did this have any other impact on your life?
It did. I mean, I told him when he was taking me home. I'm like, hey, I'm a burn victim. I just got out of the hospital not that long ago. So I'm kind of struggling, obviously financially. So I just had to sell it to wherever I could sell it to for a little bit of money, just so that I don't lose it.
And Ms. Campos, did you ever get an invoice from Supreme?
They just sent me they did send me invoices. They actually charged me. They ended up charging me $100 for him helping me take my tools out of my truck. He never told me they were gonna charge me. I could have just taken them out easily. And he's like, "This is America. Nothing's free." I'm like, "That's not what you said when you offered to help me." So that was one of the charges in the invoice that they sent, as well as storage fees, as well as the towing price, actually the 2 hours that they charged.
Okay. Ms. Campos, do you have anything else to add about your experience with Supreme Towing?
I do not know. Do you have
Okay.
any questions to ask?
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Campos, for your time. Your Honor, staff doesn't have any further questions for Ms. Campos.
Okay, I don't have any questions either. So, Ms. Campos, thank you for testifying here today. Your testimony has been helpful and you are dismissed.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank
too.
you.
Okay, staff can call their next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Staff calls Ms. Madison Everidge.
Hello.
Hello, thank you for being here. Please raise your hand and answer the following question. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please state your name and spell your name for the record.
First name Madison, Madison. Last name Everidge, Evridge.
Thank you for that. Ms. Hayden, you may go forward.
Thank you. Jennifer Hayden on behalf of staff. Good morning, Ms. Everidge.
Good morning.
Ms. Everidge, by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by the Colorado State Patrol. I work in a specialty division with the Port of Entry.
And how long have you been employed with Colorado State Patrol?
3 years.
Do you have any other prior law enforcement experience?
No, ma'am.
And what is your current position with Colorado State Patrol?
I'm a supervisor at the Dumont Port of Entry.
Okay. And Ms. Everidge, you're testifying today in your civilian capacity in regards to an interaction with Supreme Towing. Is that right?
Correct.
Can you briefly describe your interaction with Supreme Towing?
Yes. So it happened at the end of March. I got in a minor fender bender with another person on Youngfield in Lakewood, and there was minimal damage to the car. I took pictures, and I have a dent on the front of the fender that's the size of my palm, and then a scratch that goes all the way back down towards the driver's door. So when we got in the accident, I was renting the vehicle for work. I was driving around in Denver for training. And so we called 911, and within about 10 or 15 minutes after calling 911 to wait for people to come respond to the crash, Supreme Towing showed up on scene, and he started telling me that Enterprise had called him and that he was there to take the car. And I had never gotten in a crash before, so this was completely new. And I was like, wait, how did Enterprise know I got in a crash? I I hadn't even called Enterprise yet. And he's like, well, there's something inside the car that told Enterprise you crashed. And so Enterprise called us, and they want us to come take the vehicle. And I was like, okay, is that really necessary when the damage is minimal? And he's like, yes, it's Enterprise policy that any and all crashes get towed. So I'll be taking your vehicle tonight. And I was like, okay, but you need to give me a sec. This was my first crash ever, and I didn't know how to handle it. And we were having connection issues with phones. So I was trying to wait for 911 dispatchers to give me any feedback on what was going on, if an officer was going to come respond. I was also trying to get a hold of my supervisor, and with connection issues, my phone wouldn't go through calls. So I was like, please don't touch the car just for a moment, just till I can get some answers from people. And he was like, no, it's 8:30, 9 o'clock at night, and like nobody's responding. So he became very adamant and very pushy that he needed to take the car. And I was like, okay, but please, like, I just need you to wait. So we were pulled off on the side of the road, on kind of like a shoulder area. We weren't blocking traffic. I didn't feel unsafe in the location that we were pulled off and parked at. So he was telling me, I'm going to take the car. And I was like, okay, I just need you to wait. So we were right next to a McDonald's parking lot, and I'm walking around the McDonald's parking lot trying to get signal on my phone. And all of a sudden he starts hooking up my car after I'd asked him not to. And
How many times did you ask him not to?
I would
touch the
say
car?
about 3 or 4.
3. Okay. And was
Yes.
pressure still being applied to take the
Yes.
car? Okay.
Yes.
So Supreme Towing, they're hooking up the car despite you telling no. Is that right?
Yes, and I had to race back across the parking lot and scream at him to stop because I thought he was driving away. And he was like, no, don't worry. I'm just hooking up the car for safety reasons. And then he took the car and moved it into the McDonald's parking lot and moved the other driver I'd gotten in a collision with. And then after that, he just continued to be very pushy, and because he was like, nobody's going to respond. I promise you, no one's coming. Like, just file an online report. And I was like, I have to wait for law enforcement because this is a work rental, so I have to follow work policies. You can't leave.
Okay.
So
how did that go over?
he was polite about it, but he wouldn't take no for an answer. So was still being pushy.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then what happened?
And then after 45 minutes of waiting for law enforcement to come respond, he told me that after the hour mark comes up, then he was going to have to take the car because Enterprise only pays them for an hour to answer these kinds of tow calls. And so I was like, I still need to wait. I have to follow work policies or I'm going to get in trouble with my job. So is there any way you can just drop the vehicle? And he said, no, he'd already turned in pictures to Enterprise. He'd already told people he had the vehicle. And so it was too late. He couldn't drop it at this point. And I was like, okay, well, maybe I need to call Enterprise and see what I can do. And he's like, well, hold on. Let me try and like work something out with my boss. Like, just wait. And I was like, okay.
What did that, Ms. Everidge, what did that indicate to you?
That he was going to try and work something out for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
But when you informed him that you were going to contact Enterprise.
Yes. Then he was like, no, don't do that. I'll call my boss and we'll work something out.
Okay.
Yeah. So he didn't want me to call Enterprise, it felt like.
Okay.
Yeah. And then within the 5 minutes it took for him to walk away and go call his boss, Wheat Ridge PD responded, and it just ended up not being needing to worry about it. So we finished the report with Wheat Ridge. Then he took me back to my hotel for me, and he was like, yeah, don't worry about it. Enterprise is going to call you and Enterprise will get you a new vehicle. And I was like, okay. Then I get a call 2 days later from Enterprise, and they're like, hey, so where's our car? And I was like, what do you mean, where's your car? Like, you guys called the tow company and they took it to an Enterprise approved location, is what the tow truck driver had told me. And they drove it off, excuse me, to wherever they were going to take it. And they're like, wait, they told you that we called them? No, they told us that the customer, you called them and asked for a tow. And I was like, that's not true. And she's like, okay, yeah, then they're trying to charge us like an insane $4,000 tow bill because 2 tow trucks were on scene and they were charging us for scene cleanup. And I was like, None of that was necessary. I don't remember seeing a second tow truck on scene. The first 2 to 5 minutes were a little blurry just because my heart rate was very escalated and I was very stressed. So there might have been a second tow truck that pulled up to the scene, but if there was, they were gone very, very quickly afterwards. So there obviously wasn't any scene cleanup needed either. Like it was a minor dent and a scratch on both of our vehicles. So like there was no scene cleanup needed. And she was like, okay, well, I'll get a hold of PUC then and like we'll file a complaint. And then I had a PUC investigator get a hold of me a couple days, maybe a week later. And he started asking me questions and was like, hey, Supreme Towing gave me this invoice. Can you tell me, like, did you sign this? And I looked at it and I'd never seen the invoice before. They'd forged my signature on the invoice. The place where they said I signed did not even remotely match my signature.
You're on, or Ms. Everidge, let me follow up on that. Could we please pull up what's been marked as staff's hearing exhibit 122? And Ms. Everidge, let's go back to the tow truck driver drove you back to your hotel, is that right?
Yes.
Was that after the hour had elapsed when he says, I'm taking the car in an hour regardless?
At that point, I don't remember what the time was because the crash happened at approximately 8:30, and then it was about like 9:15ish when he gave me that warning, and then law enforcement showed up on scene. So I'm gonna guess he got me back to my hotel around 9:45, maybe 10 o'clock.
Okay. But you were warned that he was going to take the car in an hour, regardless of whether you consented or not. Is that right?
Yes.
And Ms. Federico, if we could blow this up a bit, we're going to focus on that signature down there. Ms. Everidge, is that your signature?
It is not.
And is that the information that you received that from Enterprise and the PUC that you had agreed to this tow? Is that right?
I did not agree to this tow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. If we could please take this down. And so then what happened, Miss Everidge?
So then after that, then I'm suddenly getting an email from you guys requesting that I be a witness in this hearing.
Okay.
So, but yeah.
Were you one clarification,
Mhm.
when the tow truck driver showed up, was there any recognizable insignia on the truck, or how did you learn that this was Supreme Towing?
Yeah, so it had no markings on it. The only reason I knew it was Supreme Towing is because the driver gave me his business card and made sure that I knew that that was their business and their phone number to contact if I had an issue with the car.
Okay. And Ms. Everidge, how did this impact your life that week or ever?
It made that entire training super difficult for the week because at the time I was living in Grand Junction and I needed the rental car to get to Denver for training. So it inconvenienced that entire week because when Enterprise found out what happened and they didn't even know that like the car had gotten taken, it took them a while to get me a vehicle because the only Enterprise location that was close to where I was getting trained didn't have a lot of vehicles available. And then the one over by DIA was all the way across town, like 30, 45 minutes away. And I couldn't get to that Enterprise location to get a car. So my coworkers were having to drive me back and forth between my hotel and dinner and like all of that. Eventually Enterprise did get me a vehicle to get home okay. But it just made that entire week super difficult and super stressful for me and my coworkers.
All right. Thank you, Miss Everidge. Just one final question. So you had received a copy of the Supreme business card, is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall what color that tow truck was?
Tow truck was white and it had very, very, very blacked out tinted windows.
Okay. Let's see. Your Honor, Ms. Everidge, thank you for your testimony. Your Honor, staff does not have any further questions for this witness.
Okay, thank you. Just a few questions. What was the name of the individual you were dealing with who was from Supreme Towing at the scene of the accident?
I never caught his name. I can't remember if he said his name in the first 2 minutes. That feels like a blur, but I never learned his name. But I found out after PUC got involved. The PUC investigator had sent me pictures of the gentleman that Supreme Towing has employed, and I was able to identify the tow truck driver through the PUC investigator.
And do you know the name of that individual after speaking with the PUC investigator?
No, sir.
Okay. And did the business card that you received have any name on it other than Supreme Towing?
No, sir.
So I think you had said that officers from the Wheat Ridge Police Department showed up at the scene of the accident.
Yes.
Do I have that? Okay. Did you explain to them what you had been told by Supreme Towing?
No, because to my knowledge at the time, I didn't know anything about tow trucks and like when they respond to crashes and all of that. It seemed like a perfectly legit thing that Enterprise would have crash sensors inside their vehicles. And so I didn't know that he was doing anything wrong until Enterprise had called me 2 days later.
So just tell me about the interaction with the officer or officers from the Wheat Ridge Police Department.
They pretty much just focused on the crash and focused on what was going on between me and the other individual. So they didn't, to my knowledge, they didn't even talk to the tow truck driver.
How long were they on the scene?
Maybe 30 minutes,
Okay.
maybe less.
So in the rental car company was Enterprise.
Yes, sir.
Was there any indication on the car that it was an Enterprise rental car?
Not that I know of, no, sir.
So do you know how the tow truck driver knew that it was an Enterprise rental car?
I have guesses based on some things that the PUC investigator was telling me. He mentioned that a lot of the tow trucks have police scanners in their trucks, and so when they listen for crashes that occur, then they'll go and respond to the crash scene.
Do you remember whether you told the 911 dispatcher that it was an Enterprise rental car?
No, sir. What I'd done was I'd given the dispatcher license plates from both my vehicle and the other driver. And just from, can I pull from my law enforcement experience from what I do know they air?
Go ahead. I'll assign it the appropriate weight, but go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So just from personal experience, when dispatchers air license plates, they'll usually tell officers a preliminary clearing, like just saying like, "Hey, it's stolen," or "There's a warrant," or "It's clear," "It's registered to this and this person." And so I imagine what happened was when gave them my license plate, they aired it and was like, "It's registered to Enterprise."
Okay. When you communicated with the individual from Supreme Towing, do you have a clear recollection of that conversation?
For the first 2 to 5 minutes, no.
Okay.
I'm decently confident I didn't say that it was a rental car, but I'm not certain.
Okay. All right. But the just so I understand your testimony, so the Supreme Towing representative indicated or stated to you that Supreme Towing had been contacted by Enterprise to conduct the tow of the vehicle.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I have nothing further. Ms. Hayden, do you have anything further based on anything that I asked?
Yes, Your Honor, just a couple redirect questions.
Okay.
Ms. Everidge, in speaking with Enterprise, did you learn that they did not contact Supreme Towing? Is that right?
It sounded like Supreme Towing had contacted them, like saying, "Hey, you need to come get your car, and like here's the bill. Somebody has to pay this bill." I'm not certain on who contacted who though.
The night of the crash, were
Oh,
you
the
able?
night of the crash, I didn't call Enterprise. I didn't end up calling them.
Okay. When Supreme Towing showed up on scene and they notified you that Enterprise sent them, when you then followed up and spoke with Enterprise, they informed you, we didn't call. We think that you authorized the tow. Is that right?
Yes, Supreme Towing had told them that I had called them.
All right. And so to clarify, Enterprise had not contacted Supreme Towing to conduct this tow. Is that right?
That is correct.
Were you surprised at the response time from Supreme Towing showing up on scene?
I was, because it was pretty quick. It was within the first 10, 15 minutes of the crash occurring, and we'd barely even gotten a full description to the dispatcher of what was going on and what was occurring. We had to keep hanging up and calling back, so it was a struggle to try and get information to the dispatcher with the cell service issues we were having. But it was very, very quick.
And after those first few minutes of the fog of the accident, did you begin recording every step you took and what transpired?
Yes, I started taking notes on my phone because I knew I was going to have to write a report for my job to explain what happened and why my job was probably going to have to suddenly pay a tow invoice. And so I started taking notes about what happened that entire night.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Everidge. No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Everidge, thank you very much for your testimony. It's been helpful. You are dismissed.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Hayden, why don't you go ahead and call your next witness, or Mr. Cox, whoever's up.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm gonna turn this over to Mr. Cox.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr.
Thank you.
Cox.
Staff calls Cole Johnson.
Cole Johnson, welcome. Thank you for being here, and please raise your hand and answer the following question. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and spell your name for the record.
Yes, so it is Cole Johnson. First name spelled C-O-L-E. Last name Johnson, J-O-H-N-S-O-N.
Thank you very much for that. Mr. Cox, you may proceed.
Good morning, Deputy Johnson. Justin Cox, Assistant Attorney General, on behalf of staff. Can you please tell us by whom are you employed and in what position?
Sure. I work for Douglas County Sheriff's Office, and I'm employed as a patrol deputy.
And how long have you been employed with the Douglas County Sheriff's Office?
3.5 years.
Do you have any prior law enforcement experience?
I do not.
Can you briefly describe your duties as deputy with the Douglas County Sheriff's Office?
Sure. So I patrol the roads, conduct traffic enforcement, and then one of my largest priorities is taking calls for service and assisting people with criminal incidents, car accidents, things of the sort.
And through your duties, have you become familiar with Supreme Towing or Oscar Salinas?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with them?
I am familiar through run-ins with them, as well as Colorado Metro Auto Theft Team. They're bulletins that get emailed out to us, information bulletins. Yeah.
Can you briefly describe your interactions with Supreme Towing or Mr. Salinas?
Sure. So I can't recall the date and time of my very first interaction with them. However, I was working a motor vehicle accident, and I had at the time, it was a large Ram 5500 tow truck. It had blue camo, like decals on the side of it with the name Supreme Towing. They rolled up on an accident scene. I don't recall what happened with that a long time ago. Following that incident, there was a CMAT bulletin that was sent out regarding possible predatory towing practices with Supreme Towing. So that kind of put things on my radar. And then I believe it was May 18th of this year, so earlier this year, I had an interaction with Supreme Towing again, and having previously interacted with them and having the CMAP bulletin that was sent out to me, I kind of picked up on things a little bit quicker and was able to identify them.
And in this second interaction, was Mr. Salinas involved?
Yes, that is correct.
Let me just interject and ask, Deputy Johnson, you referenced CMAP twice. I think I know what it is, but could you explain what CMAP is?
Sure. So I'll explain the best of my understanding of it too, because I obviously don't really work too closely with them. So we'll get bulletins sent out for different crime patterns, different things that are happening. They're, like I said, they're an auto theft task force. So what they deal with is, crime rings, auto theft rings, whatever it might be. In this case, they sent out, kind of like I said, they sent out a bulletin about just some kind of suspicious activity going on with a tow truck company. And I think that the objective of that was to prevent, if something like that was happening, predatory towing practices from happening, and just kind of put it on our put it in our mindset, that this could be occurring and on our scenes.
Great. Do you know what CMAP stands for?
I believe it's Colorado Metro Auto Theft Team.
Okay.
I don't know it exactly. That's just what I believe it is.
Understood. Thank you very much. You may proceed, Mr. Cox.
Sure. Deputy Johnson, if you could provide us with a little more detail about your second interaction with Mr. Salinas. What occurred? What transpired during that interaction?
Sure. So, like I said, I believe it was May 18th of 2026 at a Safeway located in Highlands Ranch, unincorporated Douglas County, Colorado. I was dispatched to a parking lot motor vehicle crash. While investigating the motor vehicle crash, the two things of importance were learned. One, the vehicle, the at-fault vehicle, was occupied by an elderly female who was undergoing some medical condition, and that was determined by me to be the cause of the crash, was this medical condition. Because of the medical condition, I started South Metro Fire Department to come check her out. South Metro Fire Department ultimately responded. They put her in the back of the ambulance. They started doing their thing. I investigated the crash portion of it. During my investigation of the crash portion of it, I learned that the female with the medical condition backed into another car, and ultimately it caused scratches to the vehicle. There was no airbag deployment. The vehicles were both upright. And I can't remember what I estimated the possible speeds at, but the damage was very minimal. It was a parking lot accident. While I was on scene of that, and while South Metro was on scene of that, a very nice Ram 5500 tow truck that I was immediately kind of zeroed in on as potentially being associated with Supreme Towing rolls up on the scene. The gentleman gets out. And then I was able to, again, based on that CMAP bulletin and what I had observed and the photos of the subjects involved with Supreme Towing, I was able to initially just kind of recognize the driver of the tow truck as being Oscar Salinas. The driver of the tow truck contacted me. He told me that he was here to tow the Chevy or the GMC that was involved in the incident, and that OnStar had contacted him. He pulled out his phone. He showed me a document. It looked like something from OnStar that was ordering him to tow the vehicle. I didn't get the greatest look at it. I don't recall it 100%. But he showed me something that made it look like he was there to tow the vehicle. He told me.
And Deputy Johnson, sorry to interrupt you. Can you just clarify what OnStar is?
Sure. So again, my understanding of OnStar is through General Motors, so Cadillac, GMC, whatever. There is a subscription service that you can pay for. I believe it's provided for a couple years free of charge when you first buy a new car. But the idea being behind it is it's kind of like AAA. It's roadside assistance. You can press an emergency button if you have a car accident. You can also press like a roadside assistance button if you pop a tire and you need some help, and then somebody from OnStar will come out and help you. But it's a subscription service.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You can
So,
continue.
so, anyways, he was showing me this order. He told me that when OnStar had contacted him, they were requesting that he tow the vehicle to a nearby General Motors or Chevy dealership. Again, I just found that kind of strange personally, just given my interactions with other tow companies, working accident scenes, and in my professional experience. So I went and I contacted the registered owner of the vehicle. At this point, her husband was on scene. I asked him, "Do you want the vehicle towed?" They say, "No, we do not want the vehicle towed." Again, the damage to the vehicle is minimal. There was absolutely no reason for this vehicle to be towed, again, in my professional opinion. So he was very pushy about taking the vehicle, though. He said, I have this work order. They're saying I have to take the car. I got to take it to a nearby GM dealership.
Deputy, let me just interrupt for a moment. You just said he. Who is he?
Oscar Salinas.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
So he was quite pushy about trying to take the vehicle. Ultimately, I told him no. I said, there's no damage to the vehicle. Again, the registered owners of the car, the people with the authority over what they want to happen to the car, are saying no. The answer is no, you are not taking the vehicle. He gives me a business card. On the business card was the logo. I believe it was Greg's Towing. This was also something that was, I believe, present on the side of his truck, was Greg's Towing and Recovery, something of the sort. Having not positively identified Oscar Salinas, and I was only visually identifying him based on, again, what I had seen in that CMAP bulletin, I returned back to my car. He ultimately left, and there was a phone number on this business card. I don't believe there was not a name. There was not an address, a business address. It was Greg's Towing and a phone number. I ran the phone number in my whatever law enforcement database I chose. And then I learned that that phone number was associated with Oscar Salinas. So that's how I was able to kind of identify him, if you will, without having positively identified him. So at that point, I found everything weird. I wanted to dig into it a little bit more. I went and I recontacted the husband of the registered owner of the vehicle. I asked him, I go, do you guys pay for OnStar? And to my recollection, he told me that they had canceled the service and that they had not been paying for OnStar for months or years. I don't recall which. So given all of the circumstances, the CMAP bulletin, and just kind of what had occurred on scene, I wrote up a report to document my incident. That way CMAT could keep track of what was occurring as they requested in their bulletin.
And did you take any additional action besides writing a report?
I did not.
If we could please pull up what's been marked as staff's hearing exhibit 105. We can scroll through and so the deputy can look at it. Ms. Federico, if you could keep scrolling. Deputy Johnson, do you recognize this document?
Yes, that looks like my suspicious circumstance report that I authored.
And you just clarify, you said you authored this report?
Correct.
And was this on or around the time of your interaction with Mr. Salinas?
Yes, it was.
And so you have first-hand knowledge of the events that are recorded in the report?
Correct.
Thank you. Staff moves to admit hearing exhibit 105.
105 is admitted. Is there a 105C as well?
Yes, confidential and public versions.
That's what you're asking for is both,
Yes.
right? Okay, they're
Correct.
both admitted.
Deputy Johnson, thank you for your testimony. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. And Deputy Johnson, I don't have any questions for you either. So thank you very much for your time and your testimony here today. It's been helpful, and you are dismissed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are at 10:35. Unless staff has a witness that has time constraints, I would propose to have a 15-minute recess at this point in time. Mr. Cox, does that work for staff?
That works. Our next witness is the only one with time constraints, but she's available this morning, so a small break would work.
Okay. Let's be in recess until 10:50. Thank you very much. Hey, Ms. Shine, are you ready to go?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Ms. Federico?
Yes, I am.
Give me just a moment. Okay, we're back on the record in proceeding number 26C-0259TO. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Mr. Cox, you may call your next witness.
Thank you. Staff calls Jessica Burley.
Okay, Deputy Burley, thank you for being here. Please raise your hand and answer the following question. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody in the room there with you where you're testifying from?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. If that changes, please let me know. Also, if anybody attempts to communicate with you during your testimony, let me know that as well, okay?
Yes, sir.
Please state your name and spell your name for the record.
Yes, I am Deputy Jessica Burley with the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office. My first name is spelled Jessica, and my last name is spelled B as in boy, Urley.
Thank you very much. Mr. Cox, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Deputy Burley.
Good morning.
I think you just touched on this, but can you just clarify for us again by whom you were employed and in what position?
I am a deputy sheriff with the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office.
And let me back up and clarify for the record. My name is Justin Cox with the Attorney General's Office representing staff. How long have you been employed with the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office?
I've been employed with them since 2018.
And do you have any prior law enforcement experience before the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office?
No, sir.
And can you briefly describe your duties as deputy with Jefferson County?
Yes, sir. I am assigned to our patrol division, so I respond to calls for service, anything from non-emergency calls to emergency 911 calls.
Does that include traffic incidents?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with Supreme Towing or Oscar Salinas?
Yes, sir.
How are you familiar?
I am mostly familiar through a CMAT bulletin that was distributed to multiple Denver metro agencies regarding predatory tow practices.
And have you ever had any interactions with Supreme Towing or Mr. Salinas?
So not under the name Supreme Towing, but I have had interactions with Mr. Salinas on 2 documented accounts.
Can you please describe those interactions?
Yes, sir. So the first time I was less familiar with the contents of the bulletin, more so related to the name Supreme Towing, and I was unaware of an exact suspect who was related to it being Oscar Salinas. But on April 27th, I was working a motor vehicle accident in the area of King Carroll and Pierce, in which a white Ram tow truck had showed up claiming that he had a tow order to tow one of the vehicles that was on scene. It was kind of odd because the vehicle that he was trying to tow had actually no visible damage, to the point that the Colorado State Patrol trooper that had responded to the accident actually said that there was no damage, therefore there would be no criminal accident to document. And he had presented some pretty strong opinions on that. He was given the order, so he was very adamant about towing the vehicle. So there was a lot of back and forth discussion. And my partner and I had actually discussed the bulletin related to Supreme Towing, and I had checked the logo on the car, but it didn't say Supreme Towing. It actually it said On Time Towing. And I wasn't able to immediately identify the driver as Oscar Salinas. During review almost a month later, I was able to review my body camera, and I'm fairly certain that it was Oscar Salinas, just based off of learning that he was one of their primary suspects and that they had been changing the tow names. During that incident, we worked with the driver of the car and talked about, at the end of the day, it was up to them if they wanted to use a service, but it wasn't a service that we endorsed. And so I had left the scene before I think the decision was made whether or not to use the towing service that was there. Then later on, once I had learned more of the developments regarding different tow names and different tow practices, and specifically the name and photograph of Oscar Salinas, that's when I was able to review that incident and the body camera footage. And I'm like, as I said, to my training and experience and the knowledge I had later on, I'm fairly certain that's who I interacted with. Then,
And Deputy Burley, if I could stop you for 1 second.
yes,
Can you
sir.
just clarify, you mentioned learning more about
Mhm.
different tow names and
Mhm.
the practices. What information where'd you learn this from?
So it was a combination of conversations with the CMAT investigator that is assigned through the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office, as well as just some mutual interaction with a Douglas County deputy who had an interaction and described a very similar incident regarding going out, trying to tow a vehicle and being really adamant about towing a vehicle that didn't have damage, and that a different name was used associated with Oscar Salinas. And so it made me question that incident more and go back and review it and be able to find, I was able to reach out to that the CMAT investigator, get the bulletin that had Oscar Salinas' picture on it and match it to the body cam footage, and then went back and at least documented the incident and forwarded it to CMAT to let them know that it was a possible related incident with a different tow name and a different tow truck design.
Thank you. Was there any other information, notable information that you'd like to share about that first incident?
Not about the first incident, no, sir.
Can you tell us about the second interaction that you had with
Yes.
Mr. Salinas?
And
Yes,
before you
so-
go on, Deputy Burley, let me just ask for clarification. You've been using an acronym. It's either CMAP with a P, or CMAT with a T. Which one is it and what does it stand for?
So I'm referring to CMAT with a T as in Tom, and it's actually two T's, so CMATT. I'm not entirely sure what the exact acronym for. My understanding is it's Colorado Motor Vehicle and Auto Theft Task Force. It's a metropolitan task force created with multiple metro law enforcement agencies with assigned investigators who target motor vehicle theft related crimes and try and deter it and have preventative practices.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. Mr. Cox, you may proceed. I interjected. You had asked a question. I don't even remember what it was now. Deputy Burley, if you remember, you can go ahead and answer, or maybe best, Mr. Cox, for you just to restate it.
I will restate it. Deputy Burley, could you please describe your second interaction with Mr. Salinas?
Yes, sir. So my second interaction was on May 25th while I was responding to a motor vehicle accident in the area of Wadsworth and Westbrook Drive. Medical had responded. It was a T-bone accident. One of the cars was severely damaged. And while on scene, the white Ram tow truck had showed up with the name Greg's Towing on the side of it. And the male that I had previously believed to be Oscar Salinas from the incident back in April was the one who exited the patrol vehicle. Having also freshly reviewed the bulletin and what Oscar Salinas's picture was, I was able to match his identification based off that. When interacting with him, he was asking to tow one of the vehicles, said he just happened to be in the area when it had happened. And given my extreme suspicion of this being another incident where he was going to perform predatory tow practices, I actually immediately notified the CMAT investigator assigned with the sheriff's office. And he asked for me to formally identify him, verify the registration to the vehicle and the VIN that was on the vehicle as well, of the white Ram tow truck that he had arrived on scene with. So when I was interacting with him, he originally identified himself as Jose Salinas with a different spelling for Salinas. I believe he spelled it with an E instead of an A, which I thought was odd. But I just kind of ran with it for a minute, asked him, there was no license plate attached to his tow truck. So I started there asking him where his license plate was. He provided me with an expired Florida temporary registration plate. And then I asked if I could also view the VIN of his vehicle. I know you can't tell it in the video. I'm not a very tall person, so usually my go-to is the sticker inside of the door. So I was able to move to the driver's side of the door, view the sticker, and I took a picture of the VIN sticker. Was able to match the VIN to the temporary license plate that he had provided me. And then I had left him with my supervisor, who was also on scene, to go and verify all the information in my patrol vehicle using my computer. While doing so, I was able to confirm that the not Texas, I misspoke, I apologize. The Florida temporary license plate was in fact registered to that vehicle with the matching VIN, but it was registered out of a township in New Jersey, which I just thought was odd. So I relayed that information to our investigator. And while talking to him, Oscar ended up getting fairly suspicious of all of the questions. He did eventually admit to my sergeant that he was Oscar Jose Salinas with the correct spelling and the date of birth that matched the bulletin. But he wasn't able to provide us an actual driver's license, claiming he didn't have it on him and it was in a different vehicle. And he tried to explain, oh, I'll go grab it and I'll come back. Believing he wouldn't come back, we tried to deter that and tried to just get the identification from him directly. But while I was in my patrol vehicle confirming all the information and relaying the information to the CMAT investigator, he did end up leaving the scene.
And do you recall if Mr. Salinas said anything about the types of services he provides?
So he described that he doesn't have an actual physical tow lot that he tows vehicles to, that he more so works on the behalf of dealerships and tows vehicles directly to dealerships.
And did you take any actions as a result of this interaction?
I documented the incident and provided the case report to the CMAT investigator.
Ms. Federico, if we could please pull up staff's hearing exhibit 104. If we could go to page 62. And Deputy Burley, let me represent that this is a part of a broader report, but if we could please review page 62 to 64. Scroll through.
I was going to say, let me know when you need to go to the next page, but.
Yeah, if you just scroll through, I just want to make sure the deputy sees it. And Deputy Burley, do you recognize the document that's shown here?
Yes, sir. This is my report that I wrote.
And was this document created on or around the date when you interacted with Mr. Salinas in that second interaction?
Yes, sir.
And again, you were the author of this? Is that
yes,
correct?
Sir.
Thank you. Deputy Burley, I have no further questions for you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Deputy Burley, I don't have any questions for you either. Thank you very much for being here today. Your testimony has been helpful. and you are dismissed.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
You too. Okay, Mr. Cox, what's next? You can call your next witness.
Next, staff calls Aaron Winter.
Okay,
Good morning, sir.
good morning. And thank you for being here. And if you have video capability, please turn it on.
See me?
Yes, now I see you. Thank you very much for that. Please raise your hand and answer the following question. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Great. Is there anybody else in the room with you? And was that a no?
No. Nobody else is in the room with me.
Okay, thank you. I saw your mouth move, but I didn't hear the audio, so that's why I followed up. If that changes, if anybody does join you in that room, please let me know, or if anybody attempts to communicate with you while you're testifying, please let me know that as well.
Okay.
Please state your name and spell your name for the record.
Aaron Winter, AARONWINTER.
Great, thank you for that. Mr. Cox, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Officer Winter.
Good morning.
Thanks for being here. Justin Cox, Assistant Attorney General, on behalf of staff. Can you please tell us by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Employed by the Denver Police Department as a uniformed officer with the District 4 ACT team.
How long have you been employed with the Denver Police Department?
I was employed June 21.
And do you have any prior law enforcement experience?
No.
Can you please briefly describe your duties with the Denver Police Department?
Yeah, so my role as a uniformed officer, we have detectives assigned to our team. Originally, we're narcotics based because everything pretty much has a nexus to narcotics. So the team specializes in narcotics, but we're not limited to that. We'll do anything: burglaries, mail thefts, stolen vehicles, you name it. We're proactive in our district to reduce crime.
And as through your duties, are you familiar with Supreme Towing or Oscar Salinas?
Oscar Salinas.
And how are you familiar with Mr. Salinas?
I was asked to stop him when he was driving a vehicle by CMAT detectives on May 26th of this year.
And before Judge Farley asks, can you please clarify what you mean by CMAT?
The acronym?
Yes.
Oh gosh. Sorry, there's something out there. Colorado Metropolitan Auto Theft Task Force.
Thank you. So you said that you pulled Mr. Salinas over. Were there any other law enforcement officers involved in this incident?
Yeah, so they work similar to a capacity as ours. I know they have multiple detectives assigned to that team. I don't know all who was there, but when I did initiate the traffic stop, the only people that showed up were one of my detectives within my unit, and then a detective who is hired on by the Denver Police Department but currently assigned to CMAT, Detective Hagan. And then when I got back to the police station after I transported him, Detective Hodgin, also assigned to CMAT, and I believe he's from Lakewood. I don't know if there's, because we were following him for quite some time, I don't know how many more of them were there.
And I think I think you touched on this a little bit. Can you please clarify what you pulled Mr. Salinas over for?
Yeah, so the information was given to me that he was driving an unreported stolen vehicle, and he was involved in some type of towing. With that background, I'm not, very familiar with. All I knew is they needed a traffic stop done on this unreported stolen vehicle. We found a violation in Denver, which was no license plates attached, front or rear. So I completed a traffic stop on Oscar while he was driving a white Ram 4500 tows vehicles.
And what was the result of that stop?
So it was pretty quick. He went into handcuffs almost immediately. They wanted to bring him back to the District 4 police station, which is where I'm currently at 2100 South Clay Street, to possibly interview him, but he immediately said that he wanted a lawyer, so we ended up not talking to him. And then they assisted with the probable cause statement because they had all the information on it. I completed the booking.
Officer Winter, sorry, I'll stop you.
Go ahead.
Can you just clarify who you said they? Who are you referring to when you say they?
The detectives. So Detective Corey Hagan and Detective Hagen from CMAT, they assisted with the probable cause statement because they had most of the information. So I completed the booking paperwork, and the only thing I complete everything within that, including the report. But they had completed the probable cause statement for me. When they completed it, then I transported him to the Denver Detention Center, 490 West Colfax, where he was taken into custody by the Denver sheriffs.
Ms. Federico, can you please pull up again hearing exhibit 104? Scroll down to page 2. Officer Winter, do you recognize this document? If we need to scroll through, we can scroll.
Yeah, it's the completed GO report. Looks like a PDF file.
And what do you mean by GO report?
It's what's reported to our DAs, our end. So we'll complete report through our MDTs. Once it's completed, it'll get sent to the DAs, and a PDF file is created. It looks like there's 76 pages, so it should have anything that's involved within the case and attached to this case. It'll be in this file.
And were you one of the authors of this document?
Yes.
And I sounded like earlier, I just want to confirm the other detectives that were involved in the incident, did they also contribute?
Yes.
And so was this document created and kept in the regular course of the department's regularly conducted law enforcement activities?
Yes.
And it's regular practice for the Denver police to make this type of record related to its arrest?
Yes.
And are you aware if this report was created on or around the time of the arrest?
Yes.
Thank you. Staff moves to admit hearing exhibit 104, the confidential and public versions.
104 and 104C are admitted.
Officer Winter, can you tell us what Mr. Salinas was actually arrested for, what the charge was at the time?
Yeah, so he was booked in for first-degree motor vehicle theft that day.
And are you aware of the final charges that have arisen out of the arrest?
Yeah, I saw that he was arrested for 3 counts of second-degree motor vehicle theft.
And the vehicle that you pulled over, was that a tow truck?
It was a Ram 4500 with, tow capabilities. So yeah, tow truck, I would say.
Okay. And what happened with the vehicle?
My knowledge, it was towed.
It was impounded by the
Yeah.
Denver police.
Yes.
Officer Winter, thank you so much for your testimony. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cox. Just a few clarifying questions. Officer Winter, unreported stolen vehicle. I don't understand that. I don't have your law enforcement background. Could you explain that to me? It seems like a contradiction in terms. If it's an unreported stolen vehicle, how do you know that it's a stolen vehicle?
Absolutely. Great question. That was the information that was provided to me. Give you an example. Typically, when somebody reports their vehicle stolen, it'll get entered into our system. And if we run the license plate, we'll get a return, what we refer to as a hit. It is reported a stolen vehicle. In this case, no report was taken at the time, where the VIN was associated to. When I ran the VIN, it didn't come back as a stolen vehicle. So it was a case that they were actively investigating.
Okay, so it hadn't been confirmed as stolen, but there was an investigation ongoing. I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
From my knowledge, that's what was provided to me, yes.
Okay, thank you. And it sounds like prior to pulling over Mr. Salinas, you had been contacted by one or more law enforcement officials indicating that Mr. Salinas should be arrested if encountered. Is that fair?
Yeah, they wanted him for motor vehicle theft. The vehicle, yes. They wanted him for the motor vehicle theft, but they let me know that the vehicle was not currently reported.
Okay. And so was that before you encountered Mr. Salinas? Yeah. Okay. All right. And so it sounds like there were no license plates on the vehicle he was driving when you pulled him over.
Correct.
Okay. And that was the immediate basis for you pulling over that vehicle. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And again, I'm just seeking clarification here. So when Mr. Salinas was placed under arrest after you pulled him over, initially he was charged with first-degree motor vehicle theft?
Correct.
Okay. And that later changed to 3 counts of, I think you said, second-degree motor vehicle theft?
Yes.
Okay. All right, that's all that I have. Mr. Cox, do you have anything further based on any of my questions?
No redirect, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Officer Winter, thank you very much for your time and testimony. It's been helpful. You are dismissed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hayden, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Jennifer Hayden, Assistant Attorney General for PUC staff. Staff is calling Agent Sebastian Ostrowski.
Okay. Agent Ostrowski, if you could turn on your video.
Should be on.
And it's very hard to see you because of the backlighting behind you.
I can turn around. Is this better?
It's a little bit better. Maybe if you turned one more turn to your right, if you can do that.
Oh, no.
So Agent Ostrowski, your video, we're not seeing anything. I'm not, at least. Miss Hayden, are you seeing
Look,
anything?
looked like it froze there for a moment, Your Honor.
Yeah. So Agent Ostrowski, why don't you go ahead and just let me know that you can hear me? We are not hearing anything from you. Okay, it seems like Agent Ostrowski is having some internet issues currently. Oh, maybe we're getting.
I apologize for that, Judge. I disconnected my computer by accident.
That's okay. Welcome. That's much better. I could only see your outline previously, given the backlighting behind you. I couldn't see your face or anything like that. So this is much better, and I appreciate you accommodating me. Please raise your hand and answer the following question. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great, thank you. Is there anybody in the room with you while you're testifying?
No, I'm by myself.
Okay. If anybody does appear in the room, or if anybody tries to communicate with you about your testimony while you're testifying, please let me know, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Hayden, you may go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Agent Ostrowski.
Let me just interject. I've lost track now already. Did I swear in the witness, Ms. Hayden?
Agent Ostrowski, were you asked to raise your hand and were you sworn in?
Yeah, I was, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Sorry. I got distracted there for a moment. You may go ahead, Ms. Hayden.
Thank you. Agent Ostrowski, by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I work for a Lakewood Police Department. I'm on their traffic team, so I'm pretty much responsible for responding to minor fender benders or big crashes needing reconstruction.
And how long have you been employed with Lakewood PD?
I've been with Lakewood for just under 5 years.
And do you have any prior law enforcement experience?
I've worked for Colorado Bureau of Investigations before for just under a year, but it was in the records department.
Okay. And tell me again, what's your current position?
I'm part of the traffic team
Okay.
for Lakewood Police Department.
And can you briefly describe those duties?
So basically, my duties are either proactive traffic enforcement, which means pulling people over for expired tags, line violations, and things like that, or responding to small fender benders or big accidents requiring reconstruction or anything like that.
Thank you. Did you investigate a matter that involved some activity by Supreme Towing?
Yes.
They
were involved. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I had 2 interactions with Supreme Towing on 2 of my accidents.
Are you familiar with Supreme Towing?
Yes.
And is that because you've interacted with them on those 2 occasions?
Correct.
Did you write an email to CMAT investigators regarding at least one of these interactions?
Yes.
Agent Ostrowski, what does the acronym CMAT stand for?
Colorado Metropolitan Auto Task Force.
Thank you. Could we please pull up what's been marked as Staff's Hearing Exhibit 113? If we could scroll down a little bit and blow it up where it says, "Hi, Jeff." Agent Ostrowski, while we take a look at this, does this look familiar to you?
Yes, that's the email I sent out to Detective Hodgins right after the collision that I took on just in early April of this year.
And was this created and kept in the regular course of Lakewood PD's regularly conducted law enforcement activity?
The email that I sent out,
Yeah,
or
yeah.
just the? No, we don't typically send out emails to detectives that are not part of the investigations of the specific particular collision. However, let me go back. Is it okay if I talk about my first interaction so I can then talk about this?
Well, Agent Ostrowski, what I'd like to do is get this into evidence so we can talk
Okay.
about it. So
Okay.
is this an email that you drafted?
I did, yes.
And
I sent an email.
And it's from you up there, that's your name?
Yes.
And it was a result of some sort of an encounter or investigation that you had conducted?
Correct, yes.
And you kept this as part of that record, is that right?
Correct, yes.
And was this on or around the time of your interaction with Supreme Towing?
Correct, yes.
Your Honor, staff moves to admit hearing exhibit 113.
113 is admitted.
All right, Agent Ostrowski, go ahead. Tell me about this.
So this particular incident on the first interaction with Supreme Towing.
Okay. Whichever. This
Okay,
one, the one that
so-
we're looking. Sorry, let me clarify, Agent Ostrowski. Could you please describe, why you drafted this email in regards to your interaction with Supreme Towing?
Okay, so at the end of March, I believe it was the 25th of March, I responded to a single vehicle rollover in the area of Youngfield in 26th Ave in Lakewood. It was an elderly male who pretty much was going too fast, rolled his vehicle, was unresponsive inside of the vehicle. So the West Metro Fire Department showed up on scene. He was unresponsive. He was flipped upside down in the car. So they were trying to extract him. At the same time, blue and white tow truck showed up on scene. I observed the name Supreme Towing. He just showed up on scene. He's like, I'm here because the driver called me. I'm like, there's no reason the driver called you. The vehicle is old. He's unresponsive in the car, and fire is working on him right now. And he looked at me. He said, okay, turned around, went back to his car, and he left. So I thought it was very weird. I've been with like I said, under 5 years, and I've never had any other tow company besides the one we work with, Ace, show up on any of my crashes or collisions. So then during this incident, when we're looking at the email that I sent out to Jeff, it was a pretty serious collision when we didn't know if one of the drivers, if he's going to survive. So typically what we do in cases like this, a lot of times we will put the vehicle on hold. If there's any additional evidence, we're like, okay, we're going to call Ace, which is the company that we work with. We need this car. We need to put this car on hold so we can write a warrant and get something from the car if we need it. So in this case, it was 3 vehicles plus the bus, RTD bus that was involved. So the driver was transported to the hospital. I was responsible for the scene, the measurements, and everything along those lines. And I believe my partner spoke with one of the drivers and asked if she wants to, her car wasn't very damaged, if she wants to drive home or if she wants us to call a tow truck. She's like, no, I'm very shaken up. I don't want to go. I want a tow truck. So it's like, okay, we call Ace, I believe ×2 because the RTD bus was good. And then so just for 2 cars, one party was able to just leave from the scene because very minor damage. So this particular car was parked maybe like 80 yards down from the scene. I would say maybe 25 minutes after the tow truck shows up, the white and blue in color Supreme Towing shows up. I can see them from far. I know that they been showing up to different scenes based on the CMAT built in. And I spoke with Jeff prior. He said that a lot of times these guys will show up, grab the car, and then within 2 days there's a $5,000, $10,000, $15,000 storage fees for these people. So I was like, and there was 2 people in the car. It was a driver in the tow truck and a passenger. So passenger walked up to us, and I didn't even let him say anything. I'm like, you are not taking this car. We are still actively investigation, which could be a fatal collision. He just shook his head. He said that the driver called him. I'm like, the driver did not call you. He might die. There's no way. I was the first one on scene. I was doing CPR. There's no way he could have called you. He turned around, went back to his car, and when I looked again, they quickly hooked up the car and they left.
The car for that driver or another party's car on scene?
The car for another party's. The car that was just parked on the side of the road that was also part of the collision, but had a very minor damage.
Okay, if we could please take this exhibit down. Agent
And
Ostrowski.
let me just clarify here, so that it's clear to me. So the person you were speaking with, who said that the driver had called that person, was that the representative of Supreme Towing?
Yes, so he was the passenger of the car. I was familiar with the owner, Oscar, because I've heard about different investigations that was going on before. I was familiar with his picture, but the person who talked to us was not Oscar. It was I'm not sure if Oscar was the driver of that tow truck, but the person it was I'm assuming his associate, the passenger of the tow truck.
Okay, so that person was the passenger in the tow truck. Doesn't sound like it was Oscar Salinas, as far as you know. Is that fair?
Correct. Yes, I took a screenshot of my body cam and I sent it to the SEMA detectives, and they were able to identify that passenger, the person who talked to us.
Okay, so and it was that person, the passenger of the tow truck who told you that the driver had called Supreme Towing asking for a tow.
Correct.
Okay, and you interpreted that as the the driver of one of the vehicles, but the driver who was unresponsive and for whom you had been performing CPR. Is that
Correct.
correct? Okay. All
Correct.
right. And so then you told this individual that they could not tow any vehicle, it sounds like, at that time.
Correct.
Is that okay? And they nevertheless towed the vehicle that was approximately 80 yards away from the main area where the crash occurred.
That's correct. Yes.
Oh, okay, great. Now I understand. I understood before. I just wanted to make sure that I had it right. Thank you for that. And Ms. Hayden, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Agent Ostrowski, the unresponsive driver, was he related to the truck? He was
He
driving.
was related to the truck. Yes.
And did Supreme Towing indicate they were there to pick up that truck?
They just said that the driver from this crash that was there called him, and they pointed at the car, which would have been the truck, because the other cars were already away from the scene.
Okay. And
And
that's
so, I'm sorry, let me just interject again. So the truck, was the driver of the truck involved in the accident? Was that the one who was unresponsive?
Correct. Yes. He had a medical emergency when he crashed and he was unresponsive.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, Ms. Hayden, go ahead.
yes. If we could please pull up again hearing exhibit 113. Agent Ostrowski, I think you detailed it in your email here to clarify. And if we could scroll down to the main paragraph of this, and if we could blow it up like 100 times. Agent Ostrowski, can you read that?
The email?
Yes, can you see what's on the screen there?
Yes, yes. Mm-hmm.
So how many vehicles are on this scene?
So on this scene, there was the pickup truck initially that caused the crash, two other small sedans. They had a very minor to moderate damage, and the RTD bus. So 3 vehicles and the RTD bus.
Okay. And according to this email, you state that the Supreme had been called by the driver of the pickup truck. Is that right?
Yes.
And that is the unresponsive male on the ground. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. And you indicate that in this email. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you further advise that Supreme tow truck driver that this is not an active scene and you can't take any vehicles?
Yeah, I did tell him that you are not allowed to take any vehicles because it's an active scene and we don't know if we're gonna write a warrant, if we need to put this vehicle on hold. He didn't really say much. He pretty much turned around later and went back to the tow truck. And I'm assuming that driver of the tow truck was already talking to one of the other people involved in that collision.
And do you know if they were associated with that blue Nissan Leaf?
Yes.
And it was that Leaf owned, we can take this down. Do you recall, is that Leaf owned and operated by Mr. and Mrs. Hensley?
I do not remember who was the driver. Like I said, I was mainly focused on the scene, and then some other agents were talking to the other parties involved.
Did you ever instruct a colleague on your scene to tell Supreme, don't tow any vehicles?
Yes, one of my my colleagues that were on scene and were talking to other drivers. I told him make sure they don't take that car
Why did you have to do that?
because I knew that they based on the CMAT Bolo and a lot of times in roll call we will discuss certain events that happen throughout the metro area. I know that they show up on scene and quickly take cars, and I didn't want one of the victims of my collision to be stacked with a $20,000 bill. If I know what I can expect from Ace, I know their prices. I know I know that I can, if there's anything else, I can go and reach out and get the car.
And despite your order not to take any cars, did Supreme Towing tow that Nissan Leaf?
Yes, so I went back to my scene. I took one or two measurements. I looked around, and the car was gone.
Do you know whether they had any authorization from the owners to do that?
I believe when I look back through some of the reports after the fact, it looks like the driver or the owner of that car assumed that the tow truck that showed up on scene was the one that we requested.
Okay, so there was some misunderstanding. They thought this was part of the law enforcement ordered tow. Is that right?
Correct. Yes.
Requested by Lakewood PD, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Who only contracts with Ace Towing, is that right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And this was the email relates to the second incident you had with Supreme Towing, is that right?
Correct. Yes.
And I'd like to circle back on your first interaction with Supreme Towing. Again, you had an unresponsive victim, is that right?
Yes.
And how do you know that was Supreme Towing that showed up on that scene?
It was the same truck. It was the white truck, tinted windows, white and blue truck with tinted windows, like camo, white and blue with Supreme on the side.
Okay. And based on that investigation, how was Supreme alleged to have been notified to show up here?
They also said that the driver had called requesting a tow. And once I was like, no, that's not possible. It's a 2005 car. They don't have OnStar, which is an automatic crash notification. So there's no way this driver could have called you. And he pretty much turned around and left. Didn't say anything.
So to clarify, when you said the driver called, that was through an alleged OnStar program?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And you're certain this vehicle could not have installed?
Based on my training and experience, that was not available in vehicles 11 years ago.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Agent
21
Ostrowski.
years ago. Sorry, 21 years ago.
Oh, 21. It was a 21-year-old Corolla?
It was a 2005, so
okay.
I did my math wrong.
Yeah, we can stay away from math, Agent Ostrowski. Is there anything else you'd like the commission to consider as it pertains to your interactions with Supreme Towing?
No, those are just my two incidents, two collisions when they showed up on scene.
Thank you, Agent Ostrowski. Your Honor, staff does not have any other questions for this witness.
And I do not have any questions either. So Agent Ostrowski, thank you very much for your testimony and your time. It's been helpful. You are dismissed.
Thank you, Jeff.
So Ms. Hayden, I'm assuming we're staying with you. If so, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Staff will call Corporal Sidney King, please. Oh, excuse me, my mistake. Your Honor, if staff could please call, I think it's Deputy Sears. Deputy Benjamin Sears.
Okay. Deputy Sears, I'm not seeing you yet. There you are. And thank you for turning on your video and welcome.
Thank you.
please raise your hand and answer the following question. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great. Please state your name for the record and spell it.
Deputy Benjamin Sears, Sears.
Thank you. And is there anybody with you in the room from which you're testifying?
No.
Okay, if that changes, please let me know. Also, if anybody attempts to communicate with you while you're testifying about your testimony, please let me know that as well, okay?
Will do.
Thank you. You may go ahead, Ms. Hayden.
Thank you, Your Honor. Jennifer Hayden on behalf, or Assistant Attorney General on behalf of PUC staff. Deputy Sears, by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm with the Arapahoe County Sheriff's Office, assigned to the Traffic Safety Unit as one of our crash reconstructionists and traffic enforcement.
And how long have you been with Arapahoe County?
Since August of 2014.
Do you have any prior law enforcement experience?
3 years up in Park County just prior to that.
And what's your current position with the Arapahoe County Sheriffs?
I'm on our traffic safety unit, and I'm also one of our lead crash reconstructionists.
And can you briefly explain some of the duties involved with that position?
Traffic enforcement on a daily basis, respond to crashes of varying severity from minor fender benders to fatal crashes and investigate them.
Okay, great. Thank you. Did you investigate a matter that involved Supreme Towing?
Yes.
And are you familiar with Supreme Towing?
Just only based on the bulletin that I received the day before my interaction with them.
Do you know who sent that bulletin?
It was sent by one of our crime analysts. She gets the information from other agencies, puts it together, and then sends it out to us.
Okay. Do you know who issued that bulletin?
I remember his last name is Hodgson, however you say his last name, was one of the investigators that was listed to contact on the bulletin.
Are you familiar with CMAT?
Yes.
And what does the acronym CMAT stand for?
If I remember correctly, Colorado Metropolitan Auto Theft Task Force.
Okay, thank you. Did you write a report that references your interaction with Supreme Towing?
Yes, I did.
If we could please pull up what's been marked as staff's hearing exhibit 111, the public version, please. Deputy Sears, we're going to pull up that report. If we could scroll to page 2 and enhance the size. Thank you. Deputy Sears, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize this document?
It's one of our incident reports printed out of our records management system.
Okay, was this document created and kept in the regular course of Arapahoe County's regularly conducted law enforcement activity?
Yes.
Is it the regular practice of Arapahoe County to make this type of record?
Yes.
Was it created at or about the time of your interaction with Supreme Towing?
Shortly after.
Okay. Your Honor, staff moves to admit hearing exhibit 111, both the public and confidential version.
Exhibits 111 and 111C are admitted.
If we could scroll down a little bit farther to the narrative where we see Deputy Sears, thank you, right there would be great. Deputy Sears, what are we looking at here?
That would be the narrative that I typed up.
Okay, were you on this? Were you on the scene of an accident?
Yes, I was.
Where was that accident?
The accident was on East County Line Road at the intersection with Inverness Drive West, right on the border between City of Centennial and unincorporated Arapahoe County and unincorporated Douglas County.
All right. Did Supreme Towing trucks arrive on that scene?
They did shortly after I got there.
Okay. Did you happen to speak with Oscar Salinas of Supreme Towing?
Very briefly.
Okay. Were you able to identify him?
Identified him from the photograph that was provided on the bulletin.
Okay. In speaking with Mr. Salinas, did you learn how Supreme Towing came to arrive at the scene?
Yes.
And tell me about that.
He said that he had been called by BMW Telematics. The other plain red tow truck and unidentified individual that showed up with him claimed to have been called by SOS Telematics from the pickup truck that was on scene.
Were you able to verify whether or not BMW had called Supreme?
No, I did not.
In your experience, do you know whether BMW makes calls to tow companies?
BMW specifically, not that I'm aware of. I know years back, some of those were tied in. They could ask for it, or they had to call somebody to get a tow truck,
Okay.
from what I would always get told. I mean, depending upon how long it took me to get on scene.
Okay. And during this interaction, were you on the phone with a CMAT detective?
During the first part, no. I had said that we were trying to clear the intersection, so we were trying to just move the cars or drag them over to the center median so that we could free up some traffic. And then went back to my car, pulled up the bulletin, and I called Investigator Hodgson.
And why'd you make that call?
Like I said, all of a sudden, just something stood out with the truck showing up, and I thought something seemed a little hinky. So I went back to my car, pulled it up, read the bulletin, and even the Douglas County deputy pointed out that Mr. Salinas was one of the pictured subjects in the bulletin that was on scene. And so I tried calling Investigator Hodgson, and he was going to try to call the other one, see who we could get a hold of first.
Okay. And if we could scroll down to page 3 where this narrative continues. Deputy Sears, what happened next?
So because we were trying to clear the intersection, I was either going to use one of our patrol vehicles to push them because we couldn't get them to move under their own power. They showed up, and I figured I would utilize another vehicle, i.e. a tow truck, and said, we just need these drugged to the center median. That's where we're trying to move them to while we get the intersection cleared and wait for state patrol.
Did that happen?
While I was on the phone with Investigator Hodgson, I noticed that both tow trucks were loading up the cars and strapping them down as if they were planning on taking off with the vehicles, even though when I've had a tow truck assist me, they usually do just drag it because, I mean, the car's already damaged. It's not going to make much of a difference.
Did you order Oscar to put those cars down immediately?
While I was on the phone with Investigator Hodgson, he told me to tell him to just put the cars down. So that's what I did.
Okay. Was your order followed?
Yes.
Reluctantly or okay?
He seemed to act surprised that I was telling him to put the cars down, and I just repeated that you need to put the cars down and get out.
Okay. And if we could please take this exhibit down. Did that complete your interaction with Oscar Salinas?
It actually completed my interaction with both drivers because as soon as State Patrol came off the highway and was coming to the intersection, they both took off very quickly.
Yeah, actually, this report, it says that, did you notify Oscar Salinas that the Colorado State Patrol troopers were coming their way?
I told him when he first got there that this was State Patrol's crash, that all we were trying to do was just clear the roadway so that we could get the intersection more opened up.
And why did you choose to write that they took off very quickly after being notified CSP was on the way?
Because they took off quickly compared to any other time when I've had a tow truck assist me. And then they, again, went quick.
What did that indicate to you?
That they had an idea something was up and they did not want to be there when State Patrol got there. I mean, I was just having to guess as to their reasoning for why they took off at a high rate, but.
Okay. Your Honor, I don't have any further questions for this witness.
Okay, and I don't have any questions either. So Deputy Sears, thank you very much for your testimony. It's been helpful and you are dismissed.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Ms. Hayden, you may call your, well, let me ask this. Ms. Shine in particular, are you okay to go for a little bit longer or do you need a break?
I'm okay to keep going, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm planning on taking a lunch break sometime relatively soon, but Ms. Hayden, you may call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, and this will be quite brief. Thank you. Your Honor, staff calls Corporal Sidney King to the stand.
Okay. Welcome, Corporal King. Please raise your hand and answer the following question. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great. Is there anybody in the room with you while you're testifying?
There's not.
If that changes, please let me know. And also, if anybody attempts to communicate with you regarding your testimony while you're testifying, please let me know that as well.
Will do. Thanks.
Okay. Please say and spell your name for the record.
Sidney King. First name is Sydnee. Last name King.
Thank you for that. Ms. Hayden, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Jennifer Hayden, Assistant Attorney General for PUC staff. Corporal King, by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I am employed with the Mountain View Police Department as a patrol corporal.
And how long have you been employed with Mountain View Police Department?
I've been with Mountain View for about 2.5 years, and previously, I had about 6 years or a little over in law enforcement in North Dakota.
Thank you. What's your current position with Mountain View PD?
Patrol corporal.
And can you briefly describe your duties as a patrol corporal?
Yep. So my duties include all of patrol duties, so traffic enforcement, responding to emergencies, non-emergencies, all those sorts of duties, as well as supervising the other officers in the department.
Thank you. Were you investigating an incident where Supreme Towing arrived on scene?
Yes, I was responding to a traffic crash.
And did you write a report in reference to that event?
Yes, I did.
If we could please pull up what's been marked as staff's hearing exhibit 114, the public version, please. And if we could please scroll down to page 2. Corporal King, while we tee this up, this should look familiar to you. If we could blow it up a bit. Thank you. Corporal King, what are we looking at here?
That is a copy of my report regarding the traffic crash.
Okay. And do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize this document?
It is printed off of our internal report system.
Okay. Was this document created and kept in the regular course of business by Mountain View Police Department?
Yes, it was.
And is it the regular practice of Mountain View PD to make this type of record?
Yes.
Okay. And did you create this on or about the time of your interaction with Supreme Towing?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, staff moves to admit hearing exhibit 114, both the public and confidential version.
114 and 114C are admitted.
All right, thank you. If we could please scroll to page 13. Corporal King.
I'm sorry, Ms. Hayden, there's only 3 pages on this.
Oh, what number did I say? Did I say 14?
You said page 13.
Oh, 13. I meant page 3. Sorry about that. That's great. Top of the page there. Corporal King, you indicate that there at the top of your report, the 2 individuals in an unmarked tow truck arrived on scene unrequested.
Yes.
Can you explain that to me?
Yes, so we were on scene investigating the traffic crash, and a red like single cab truck with a like tow bar on the back showed up with 2 males. They walked up to where me and other officers were talking and said that they were there to tow the Jeep Cherokee that was involved in the crash, and that they had been notified by the vehicle's SOS system to respond to the tow. And at that point, I told them that they weren't going to tow the vehicle. We contract with Connolly's Towing and they had already been notified. So then the male, who I now know is Oscar Salinas, said that he had to take a picture of the vehicle before they left. So he took the picture and left.
Were you able to verify whether or not that vehicle had an SOS system in its car?
I did not verify that.
Okay. Did you do any follow-up on Supreme Towing's reason for being on scene?
Yes, so shortly before this crash, I had been notified of Supreme Towing, just based on a bolo that was sent out to law enforcement to be aware of them, and their towing practices. So when I had that interaction, I thought it was a little strange. So after the fact, I went and looked at it again, and compared the images with my body camera as well as sent a picture of my body camera of Mr. Salinas to the CMAT investigators who confirmed that was him.
If we could please take this exhibit down. And Corporal King, you said you received a bolo. Can you explain what is a bolo?
Yeah, it's just be on the lookout. Basically, the CMAT officers had just sent out this information so that other agencies were aware to keep an eye out for this towing company.
Thank you. We can take this exhibit down. And do you know what the acronym CMAT stands for?
Colorado Metropolitan Auto Theft Task Force.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Can we please pull up what's been marked as hearing exhibit 115? Corporal King, you had mentioned that did you take steps to identify who was on scene with you that day by your body cam photo?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Corporal King, what are we looking at here?
This is a still photo from my body cam of Mr. Salinas.
So, okay, so you recognize this document?
Yes.
And then did you keep this in the regular course of your business activities for Mountain View PD?
Yes.
Your Honor, staff moves to admit what's been marked as staff's hearing exhibit 115.
115 is submitted.
Thank you. And what caused you to take this photo, Corporal King?
This was after the fact when I was trying to identify if this individual was Supreme Towing and Oscar. So I had taken it to attach to the email to the CMAT detectives or investigators to get further confirmation.
And were you able to confirm the photo matched someone associated with Supreme Towing?
Yes, they confirmed that it was Mr. Salinas.
All right, thank you. We can take this exhibit down.
So just one point of clarification. I think you said this, Corporal King, but so 115, it's a frame from your body cam footage. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed, Ms. Hayden.
Corporal King, is there anything else you'd like to add about your interaction with Supreme Towing?
I mean, my interaction was pretty brief. That's pretty much everything that happened. They didn't really push back after I told them they weren't taking the vehicle. They took their picture quickly and got back in their truck and drove away.
Thank you. Your Honor, I don't have any further questions for Corporal King. Thank you.
Okay. I don't have any questions for you either, Corporal King. Thank you very much for your testimony here today, and you are excused or dismissed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hayden, what
Yes.
would you like to do next? Do you have another brief witness? Or
Not
do
as
you want...
Not as brief, Your Honor, and I'd like to thank the commission for extending us the courtesy for Corporal King, but I think if the commission's inclined to take lunch now and a break for everybody, staff is amenable to that.
Okay, let's go ahead and take our lunch break. It's exactly noon. We will be in recess until 1 p.m., so 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. So, Ms. Shine, are you ready to go?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Ms. Federico?
Yes, I am.
Great. We're back on the record in proceeding number 26C-0259TO, starting our afternoon session. Ms. Hayden, I see that your video is on. So I'm assuming you're leading the show at this point. If so, you can call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Jennifer Hayden, Assistant Attorney General for the Department of Law, representing trial staff. Staff calls staff witness Trooper Nicholas Trujillo.
Good afternoon.
Welcome, Trooper Trujillo. Please raise your hand and answer the following question. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great. Please state your name and spell your name for the record.
First name's Nicholas, last name's Trujillo. Spelling is Trujillo.
Thank you very much. Ms. Hayden, you may proceed.
Thank you. Trooper Trujillo, by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Through the Colorado State Patrol. I'm a corporal out of our Troop 1A Golden Office.
Should I address you as Corporal Trujillo then?
It does not matter.
Okay. How long have you been with Colorado State Patrol?
Since July of 2012.
Do you have any prior law enforcement experience?
I do not.
What is your current position with Colorado State Patrol?
Level 1 supervisor and over a team in the Golden Office, and we are dedicated to Clear Creek and Jefferson counties in Colorado.
Thank you. Can you briefly describe your duties in that position?
My duties are taking calls for service, crash investigation, and as well as supervising a team. And at times I am a field training officer.
And did you investigate a matter that involved supreme towing?
I did.
And did you write a report about that interaction?
I did.
Can we please pull up what's been marked as Staff's Hearing Exhibit 106, the public version, please? And if we could please scroll to the second page. Corporal Trujillo, let's scroll a little bit further. Does this look familiar to you?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with this document?
That's the supplemental report that I wrote on the incidents that occurred on March 23rd, 2026.
And was this document created and kept in the regular course of Colorado State Patrol's regularly conducted law enforcement activities?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it the regular practice of Colorado State Patrol to make this type of record?
Yes.
And did you make this record on or about the time of your interaction with Supreme Towing?
I did. I did it on my following shift.
Okay. Thank you. Staff moves to admit Staff's Hearing Exhibit 106, both the public and confidential version.
106 and 106C are admitted.
If we could scroll down to, I think, the next page. Officer Trujillo, what does this report indicate as far as your interactions with Supreme Towing?
So it contains events that started out as a crash investigation between two vehicles. Supreme Towing was one of the tow trucks on scene, as well as another red unmarked tow truck. There was a little bit of disagreement between the drivers and the tow truck drivers on why services were either requested or not requested. And ultimately, we asked both tow trucks to leave without taking either vehicle.
Okay, when you arrived, was Supreme Towing already on scene?
So yes, when I arrived on scene, Supreme Towing was on scene in a blue camouflage tow truck, And then there was another tow truck. It was red in color with no markings, no PUC or no DOT on the truck.
And did that blue and white camo truck, did it bear the name Supreme Towing?
Yes, it did.
Do you know whether anyone on scene called Supreme Towing?
Both drivers told me that they did not contact Supreme Towing.
And did you personally speak with both drivers?
Yes, I spoke with both drivers as well as a firefighter who had been on scene.
When you spoke to the first driver of, well, what's the first car in this case? Sonata?
Yes,
And did you speak with the owner of the Sonata?
I did speak with her. Just from my observations, the blue camouflage truck with Supreme Towing was towing a black Hyundai Sonata, and to me, the vehicle appeared to be drivable. And that's when I asked the driver if she had called for the tow truck, because to me, the vehicle had looked drivable.
And were you able to verify that she did not call for the tow truck?
Correct. She told me she nor her insurance had contacted a tow truck.
Why did she offer up that information regarding the insurance?
Because the tow truck driver had stated that SOS had contacted them, and he was unable to tell me if that's paid through a vehicle manufacturer warranty or through an insurance company.
And did you speak with the second driver
I did.
of the Acadia?
Yes.
And what did you learn speaking from that driver?
She told me that she had not contacted a tow truck either.
Let me go back. And you said that Sonata was being towed
Yes.
at the time?
Yeah, that both of them, they were on line trucks, so they weren't on the back of a flatbed truck, but they were both front ends were picked up by the tow trucks and strapped down.
And were you able to verify whether that was without the Sonata driver's permission? Is that correct?
Correct.
And then in speaking with the Acadia driver, what did you learn?
She told me that she had not contacted the tow company as well, or given any sort of consent for the red tow truck to tow her vehicle.
And did you have an opportunity to speak with a representative of Supreme Towing?
Yes, I did.
Do you know who you were speaking with?
I do not recall his name, but he was the driver of the blue camouflage truck.
And what did that discussion entail?
So there was a lot of back and forth. So first he had told me that he had gained consent from the driver of from the Hyundai. He had gained consent from her to tow the vehicle. And then he had told me that SOS had contacted him to tow the vehicle. And then he later told me that the firefighters gave him permission to tow the vehicle.
And were you able to verify whether those statements were correct?
Yes, I was.
And how did you do that?
I contacted the lieutenant with West Metro Fire, who was on scene of the crash, but they had cleared prior to mine and Trooper Seebeck's arrival.
Okay. You referenced an SOS call. Did you do any follow-up on that?
So I did. Well, first I had never heard of SOS being used in the manner that the tow truck driver had told me it was used. So I asked more follow-up questions to him about, who pays for this, because both drivers are indicating that they do not pay for this service. And then he told me that it was a new policy that had been implemented as of January 1st, and that whenever there's a crash, it sends out a radius to all tow trucks in the area of the crash to respond to tow vehicles. That's what he had told me SOS was.
Did you do any additional follow-up or look into that?
No. So My patrol car does not have SOS, and neither did either car that was involved in the crash have this SOS button that he was referring to.
All right, do I have this right? So both drivers, they don't have an SOS program, is that right?
Correct.
And neither driver had a subscription to their respective insurance companies that would have called Supreme Towing, is that right?
Correct. And in fact, the driver of the Sonata was Isis Grant. She showed me on her insurance, which was through Progressive, that she was not paying for the notification to notify for a tow.
Did that make any sense to you?
That, yeah, no, it made no sense to me of why they were there.
Well, based on your training and experience, what do you think was going on here?
Based on my training and experience, that they were scanning police scanners and they heard the crash come out and they were in the area and responded and quickly picked up the cars without the driver's consent to collect money for the tow services.
And did you give do you know if both trucks were associated with Supreme Towing?
They told me they were both associated with Supreme Towing.
And did you give them orders to drop these cars?
Yes, I did.
And what transpired after that?
So the driver, or the red tow truck, dropped the Acadia, and he said he was going to do that one free of charge because he had called that tow truck over. The driver of the blue camouflage truck had called over his buddy who was driving the red tow truck and told him that another vehicle needed to be towed. So he called his friend who was down the street. They loaded that vehicle up, moved it without gaining any consent from the driver. So he dropped that one free of charge. And the tow truck initially told me he would not be dropping the Sonata until he received payment for his services.
And how did that play out?
So ultimately, first, Isis had told me that she did not want her vehicle towed by them. She wanted to use a tow company that was on our tow rotation. So I had called a tow from our tow rotation. I had spoke to the driver of the blue camouflage tow truck and told him, hey, look, she had no contract with you. She did not notify you. You need to drop the car. He said that he was not going to drop it until he was paid for his services. I had contacted both our abandoned vehicle specialist in our Golden office, as well as the lieutenant with West Metro Fire, to confirm that they did not get consent to tow either vehicle. And ultimately, once our abandoned vehicle specialist showed up and I gave him the statement that I had received from West Metro Fire, the tow truck driver told me that Citizens was paying for the tow, and he dropped the tow, or he dropped the Sonata and left very quickly.
And I see you put Citizens in quotes. Are you familiar with the Citizens?
I have never heard of Citizens before this day.
All right. Thank you, Corporal Trujillo. Your Honor, staff doesn't have any further questions for Corporal Trujillo.
And nor do I. So, Corporal Trujillo, thank you very much for your testimony. You are excused.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Hayden.
Yes, we
You
can
can call your next witness.
Thank you. And we can take this exhibit down. Thank you. Thank you. Again, Jennifer Hayden, Assistant Attorney General with the Department of Law, representing trial staff. Staff calls Colorado State Patrol Trooper Kelly Kaiser.
Hello.
Hello and welcome. If you can turn on, there you go. I appreciate it very much.
Absolutely.
Welcome. Please raise your hand and answer the following question. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody in the room with you while you're testifying?
No, but it is an open room. It's got open areas to each side, but there's nobody in here currently.
Okay. If anybody does come in and attempts to communicate with you regarding your testimony, please let me know that, okay?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
My name is Kelly, Kellie, last name Kaiser, Kaiser.
Thank you very much. Miss Hayden, you may proceed.
Thank you. Trooper Kaiser, by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm a state trooper for Colorado State Patrol.
And how long have you been employed with Colorado State Patrol?
Since October of 23, so just under 3 years.
Do you have any prior law enforcement experience?
I do not.
What's your current position with Colorado State Patrol?
State trooper.
State trooper. And can you briefly describe your duties as a state trooper?
I do accident investigation, traffic enforcement, motorist assists, deal with tow companies, stuff like that.
Thank you. Did you investigate a matter that involved Supreme towing?
I did, yes.
Did you write a report about that interaction?
I did.
Could we please pull up what's been marked as Staff's Hearing Exhibit 108, the public version?
How do I do that?
Well, that's not you, Miss Kaiser. We have a clerk of the court. That's okay.
Like, I would happily do it, but I don't know how.
Oh, sorry. Trooper Kaiser, I'm speaking to the person behind the curtain. We have Ms. Federico that's doing that for us, I think. And and Trooper Kaiser, can you see a document that just popped up on your screen?
I can.
If we could please scroll to page 2. Do you recognize this document?
I do. That's my supplemental report that I wrote.
Okay, and did you write this supplemental, or is this supplemental report created and kept in the regular course of CSP's regularly conducted law enforcement activity?
Yes.
And is it the regular practice of Colorado State Patrol to make this type of record?
Yes, it is.
And did you make this record on or about the time you interacted with Supreme Towing?
I did. If I recall correctly, I made it on March 25th, the day after I spoke with, I personally never interacted with them. I only spoke with the individual whose vehicle was.
Understood. Your Honor, staff moves to admit Staff's Hearing Exhibit 108, both the public and confidential version.
108 and 108C are admitted.
Trooper Kaiser, did you catch that? We entered this into evidence. Your Honor, I ask because it looks like Trooper Kaiser's screen may have frozen.
Yes, I agree. Let's see if Trooper Kaiser comes back. Trooper Kaiser, are you there? Well, Ms. Hayden, what would you propose? Do you have, oh, there we go.
I think I'm back.
Very good. So you can see and hear us, Trooper Kaiser?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Hayden, why don't you proceed?
Thank you. If we could scroll down a bit further. And while that's happening, Trooper Kaiser, this is a report that you documented while you were investigating a vehicle crash had been investigated. Is that right?
That is correct.
And you were ordered to speak with the driver of one of the vehicles who had ended up in the hospital. Is that right?
That is correct.
And I'm not so interested in like the findings or results of the crash investigation. I'd like to find out what transpired with your discussion with the driver in that case.
Okay. So basically I went to the hospital to speak with her, Karina Henderson. And what she told me is that when the crash occurred, the first person on scene was Supreme Towing. They showed up prior to medical personnel, prior to other law enforcement. She asked them, and they told her that they were there to tow her vehicle. She asked who called them, like, why were they there? and they informed her this, and this is all what she's told me. Like I said, I did not speak with Supreme at this juncture. I only briefly talked with them for about 30 seconds on the phone the next day, but she told me that they told her that her insurance company dispatched them to pick up her vehicle because it had been in a crash. She said that she had not contacted her insurance company. They then told her, they asked who her insurance company was. She replied, Texan, which is not correct. Her insurance company is Trexis, but she keeps calling it Texan.
Yep, Trooper Kaiser, if we could, Miss Federico, could we scroll down one more page? And I'm going to focus on that second paragraph. Thank you, Trooper Kaiser. Keep going.
Certainly.
So they said they're to clarify, they're on scene because her insurance company called her. Is that right?
Yes.
And then they asked her who's her insurance company.
They ask her who it is. She provides the wrong name because that's what she calls them. She wasn't like trying to trick them. But they said, oh yes, we work with Texan.
Okay.
And so then she said, but I haven't called them. And they told her that the SOS system in her vehicle monitors her vehicle, knows it was in a crash, and so they were dispatched. She told me that that seemed suspicious. It didn't sound right. She didn't think the insurance company would have time to do that. She needed medical attention and told me that she almost did not get into the hospital because she was trying to figure out what was going on. Or no, I apologize, into the ambulance because she was trying to figure out what was going on with her vehicle. Her kids came on scene, then spoke with Supreme Towing, told her to get into the ambulance, and she went to the hospital, and that's when I came in. And that was all information that she relayed to me when I spoke with her at the hospital.
And if we could scroll down to that bottom paragraph that, yes. Oh, next page, please. Page 4. Trooper Kaiser, I'd like to draw your attention here. Did you happen to be on the phone with her when she went to retrieve her vehicle from Supreme Towing?
I did. So I was on the phone with, well, she went, and when she got there, they told her that it was on a police hold, that it was in the impound lot, and they could not release it. She apparently went to get her license plates from the vehicle, and they told her that she can have no access. Then she called me at that point. So she was there already speaking with them, and she called me. And she said, can you please talk to this guy? He won't let me near my vehicle. And I could hear him. She then put me on speaker. I could hear who I assume was a Supreme Towing employee in the background going, oh, yeah, it's okay. It's not on a hold. You can get to it. So he was then at that point saying, no, it's no longer on hold, or it never was. I'm not clear positively exactly what he was saying, but he then said, no, it's not on hold. You can get to it. And so they, from my understanding, then let her access her vehicle.
Would her Miss Henderson's vehicle have been on a police hold?
No, it would not have been. As a matter of fact, on scene, she told me, she asked Supreme, when I was at the hospital, she told me that while she was on scene, she asked them to take it to her house, and they told her they could not because it had been totaled. And she, and I told her that we would not have made that decision, that that's something the insurance company needs to do. And she didn't understand how it had already been totaled without the insurance company even looking at it. But we never would have held it for the crash that she was involved in. It was not a serious bodily injury or a fatal crash. There was no need for a hold.
Okay. And that vehicle was never in a police lot, is that right?
No, I mean, not that we would have done because we did not commission the tow.
Okay. Thank you. We can take this exhibit down. Did you take any additional actions?
I followed up with her the next day because she told me that she was going to check with her insurance company to see if they had actually dispatched. She told me that she called her company and the company belonging to the driver of the other vehicle, that company, who I don't recall who it was. And they both told her that they never would have dispatched a tow unless she called and told them to, that only law enforcement would dispatch a tow. So I did follow up with her that following day. And then that is the remainder of the actions that I took regarding this case.
Thank you, Trooper Kaiser. Your Honor, staff doesn't have any further questions for Trooper Kaiser.
And I don't have any questions either. So Trooper Kaiser, thank you very much for your time and your testimony. It's been helpful, and you are excused.
Thank you both. Have a great day.
You too. So Ms. Hayden, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Jennifer Hayden, Assistant Attorney General, on behalf of PUC staff, calls Colorado State Trooper Dylan Galeri.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Trooper Galeri. Thank you for being here. Please raise your hand and answer the following question. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great. Please state your name and spell your name for the record.
So I'm Trooper Dylan Galeri. It's D-Y-L-A-N. Last is G-A-L-L-E-R-I.
Thank you for that. And Ms. Hayden, you may proceed.
Trooper Galeri, by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm a trooper with the Colorado State Patrol based out of the 1A Golden Troop Office.
And how long have you been with Colorado State Patrol?
Since January 2021.
Do you have any prior law enforcement experience?
I do not.
Can you briefly describe your duties as a trooper with Colorado State Patrol?
As a trooper, I respond to calls for services. I investigate crashes. And then I work proactively to enforce traffic laws and maintain the safety of the public roadways.
Thank you. Did you investigate a matter that caused you to come into contact with Supreme Towing?
I did.
Did you write a report about that?
I did.
If we could please pull up what's been marked as staff's hearing exhibit 107, the public version, please. Trooper Galeri, we're going to pull up the report in that instance. If we could please scroll to the second page. Trooper Galeri, do you recognize this?
I do.
How do you recognize this?
This is a supplemental report I wrote associated to that incident.
Okay. Is this a document that's created in the regular course of state patrol business?
Yes.
And is it the regular practice of the Colorado State Patrol to make this type of record?
It is.
Your Honor, staff moves to admit hearing exhibit 107, both the public and confidential version.
107 and 107C are admitted.
And if we could scroll down to the narrative. Trooper Galeri, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions about this report. What had you come in contact with Supreme Towing?
I responded to a two-vehicle crash near the intersection of Jewel and Pierce. And when I arrived on scene, a member from the Supreme Towing team was on scene.
Okay. Did you have any interactions with them?
I did.
Yes. Tell me about that.
I arrived on scene and began conducting a crash investigation. And during the course of that investigation, I learned that one of the drivers had been transported to a nearby hospital. So she was no longer on scene, but her vehicle, which was damaged, was on scene. And the member from the Supreme Towing informed me that he had spoken with her and arranged a private tow for him to take the vehicle after my investigation. I later confirmed this with a family member of that driver who was transported, who I believe was her son. And he stated that, yes, in fact, they had arranged for Supreme Towing to tow their vehicle privately. I completed my investigation, and then before they recovered that vehicle, there was the other vehicle that was involved in the crash was also damaged. I spoke with the tow operator, who agreed to move that vehicle to a safe location so that he could safely recover the vehicle, which he told me he had arranged a private tow for which he did. So he moved that other car out of the way. Then he hooked up to vehicle one, and he towed it from the scene. Now, because the owner of that vehicle was not on scene, I requested assistance from a fellow trooper, Trooper Kaiser. I asked her to go to the hospital to follow up with the driver of that vehicle for me, which she did. And then it was sometime later that I think it was about 6 o'clock that night, I got a phone call from Trooper Kaiser, who informed me some unusual circumstances around that tow arrangement. And at that point, I informed her that this was the second incident I had heard of in kind of recent time involving that tow company, and asked her to reach out to our supervisor just to make sure that they were aware of some unusual towing practices which have been reported about Supreme Towing.
Thank you. If we could scroll to the bottom of this page, and Trooper Galeri, did you indicate that in your report for Trooper Kaiser to take additional actions?
I believe I did, if you'll allow me to read this.
Yes.
So upon Yeah, I requested Trooper Kaiser notify our supervisor, Sergeant Kessler, of the details of this incident so proper investigation into the business practices of Supreme Towing be evaluated for unethical or unlawful behavior.
Thank you. We can take this exhibit down. And Trooper Galeri, you mentioned another incident. Had you had a different experience with Supreme Towing?
Up to that point, I had not had a previous experience with them. But I had heard of an incident in the days leading up to this incident, just secondhand at the office where I work at.
So you didn't interact with them and had to run them off some scene, is that right?
That was after the fact. That was after this point. So I guess just for clarification's sake, at the point that this report was written, I had only had the one interaction with them, and I had heard about a different interaction before that at the office. A short time later, and I apologize, but I can't tell you the exact date. I had another incident where Supreme Towing responded to a crash scene I was on, and before I let them talk to any of the vehicles involved in the crash, I ran them off of my crash scene. Because I was under the impression that they were behaving unethically and illegally.
Okay. Thank you, Trooper Galeri. Your Honor, I have no further questions for Trooper Galeri.
And I don't have any questions for Trooper Galeri either. So Trooper Galeri, thank you very much for your time and your testimony here today. It's been helpful, and you are excused from this proceeding.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Hayden, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, staff will be, oh, great. And call Investigator William Schlitter.
Investigator Schlitter, welcome. Please raise your hand and answer the following question. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Is there anybody in the room from which you'll be providing your testimony?
There is not.
Okay, if that changes, please let me know. Also, if anybody attempts to communicate with you while you're testifying about your testimony, please let me know that as well, okay?
Yes, sir.
please state your name and spell your name for the record.
My name is William Schlitter. Last name is spelled Schlitter.
Thank you for that. Ms. Hayden, you may proceed.
Thank you. Jennifer Hayden, Assistant Attorney General on behalf of PUC staff. Good afternoon, Investigator Schlitter.
Good afternoon.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed with the Colorado Department of Revenue Motor Vehicle Investigations Unit. I am a supervisory criminal investigator.
And do you have any prior law enforcement experience?
Yes. So I've been in law enforcement, or I have law enforcement and investigations experience since January of 1999 with various different agencies. I've been with my current unit for 10 years, and part of my experience also includes 6 years as a criminal investigator for the Public Utilities Commission.
Thank you. Can you briefly describe your duties as a supervisory criminal investigator with MVIU?
So my duties, I supervise 4 criminal investigators with the unit, and my duties also include various other activities as they pertain to the day-to-day operations of the unit.
And what is the Motor Vehicle Investigations Unit tasked with doing?
So the Motor Vehicle Investigation Unit was set up by state statute, and our specific purpose is to investigate fraud and identity theft as it pertains to documents issued by the DMV. Now, what I mean by documents is driver's licenses, identifications, titles, and registrations. So my unit was specifically developed to investigate crimes and fraud, identity theft pertaining to those documents.
Thank you. Are you familiar with CMAT?
I am, yes.
And do you know what the acronym stands for?
Yes, it's the Colorado Metropolitan Auto Theft Task Force.
Thank you. How are you familiar with CMAT?
In October of 2025, I attended a meeting of CMAT. During that meeting, one of the detectives referenced a vehicle that they were looking into. It was identified as a 2017 Nissan Rogue. He identified the suspect in his case as a person named Oscar Salinas Jr., who owned a company called Supreme Towing.
And did you look into that? Was that a request for an agency assist then after that meeting?
Yes, I did receive an agency request. What I did is pertaining to the Nissan Rogue. I looked at the record for the Nissan Rogue as well as some records for other vehicles and other VIN numbers that have been provided to me.
And did you write a report related to your that Rogue?
I did, yes.
If we could please pull up what's been marked as staff's hearing exhibit 116. Investigator Schlitter, are you familiar with this document?
I am, yes.
How are you familiar with this document?
This is a copy of the report that I wrote for MVIU case 25-100723.
And is this a record regularly kept in the ordinary course of business by MVIU?
It is.
Your Honor, staff moves to admit hearing exhibit 116.
116 is admitted.
Investigator Schlitter, what can you tell us about your findings in relation to looking into this Rogue?
So my investigation pertaining to the Nissan Rogue revealed that in November of 2024, I believe it was, Oscar Salinas Jr. had applied for a title for this vehicle. My investigation revealed that during the course of that title application, there were documents that contained false information or false documents that were provided as part of that title application.
And is that indicated in this report as well, Investigator Schlitter?
It is.
Did Supreme Towing or Oscar Salinas initially obtain title for this Rogue?
When he applied for title on that date, yes, he was issued a title.
And then based on your findings, was it eventually canceled?
Yes, that's correct. Based on my findings, it was determined that the title was issued by means of fraud, so administrative action was taken, and we canceled the title.
And how explain to me how you made that determination.
So during the course of my investigation, I looked at the documents that were provided as part of the title application. There were documents that I was able to identify and confirm that contained false information. Specifically, there was a tow carrier bill of sale that contained false information, and there was also another document titled an affidavit of publication that also contained false information.
And if we could scroll down to the bottom of page 12, and Investigator Schlitter, while we do that, all of that information is detailed in this report, is that right?
That's correct.
And
so Ms. Federico, if we could go down to page 12, thank you.
Thank you. At the bottom there, let's see. Investigator Schlitter, was MVIU in a position to bring charges or violations based on your findings in this report?
We were, yes.
Okay. Let's take this down. You mentioned a title application was received by MVIU. Is that right?
The title application was received by the DMV.
Oh, the DMV. And do you know how that comes into the DMV?
Well, in this case, Oscar Salinas Jr. personally took those documents in and applied for the title. So they can be brought in personally by a person, or sometimes they're sent in.
And does MVIU use any specific databases to obtain information as it relates to vehicle titles, registered owner, stuff like that?
We do. We have a database that we refer to as the DMV Drives database, and the DMV Drives database is what the DMV uses basically for any DMV business. So the issuance of licenses, IDs, titles, registrations, records retention, basically any DMV business this database is used for.
And what information, tell me one more time, what information is contained in DMV Drives?
So any information pertaining to DMV business, ID information, customer photos, customer information, ID information, vehicle information, titles, registrations, images of any documents that are related to those.
Do tow companies have access to DMV Drives?
They do. They have a limited access whereby they can perform what's called a record search.
What's required for a tow company to gain access to this database?
They have to be a Colorado tow company, and they have to have an active PUC number, and they also have to apply for an account or apply for access to the database. And then once they apply for their access, if approved, then they're given access to our database via a third-party access portal.
Did Supreme Towing have access to DMV Drives?
They did, yes.
Because of their towing permit, is that right?
That's correct.
Without a towing permit, would Supreme Towing have been able to access records in DMV Drives?
No.
So the general public would not be able to set up an account and run record searches, is that right?
That's correct.
And to clarify, only a permitted tow company can access DMV Drives.
That is correct, after they've applied for and been approved for an account.
And I think following up from your meeting, were you tasked to do some additional record searches?
Yes, I received another agency assist from CMAT to look at various VIN numbers. These were VIN numbers that some vehicles that they were looking into. And what I was going to do is take those VIN numbers and cross-reference them with DMV records to determine if any recent title applications had been issued and what documentation was provided as part of those title applications.
And based on those record searches, is that what led you to that Supreme Towing?
Yes.
What kind of record searches were they conducting?
They were conducting record searches on vehicles via, just entering the VIN number.
And is that what led you back to that Rogue?
The Nissan Rogue was one of the vehicles, yes.
Okay. Did you further explore record searches conducted by Supreme Towing?
I did, yes.
Can we please pull up what's been marked as staff's hearing exhibit 117? Investigator Schlitter, do you recognize this document?
I do, yes.
How do you recognize this document?
This is a copy of my report of investigation for MVIU case 25-100853.
And is this a record kept in the ordinary course of DMV business?
It is.
And let's see, Your Honor, staff moves to admit hearing exhibit 117.
And the confidential version as well?
Your Honor, Your Honor, exhibits 116 and 117, we are the versions that you see here. We did not create a confidential version.
Okay.
These are the documents that came to staff that were that we were able to receive in our request. So these redactions were applied by counsel for DMV before we were able to access them.
Okay. So there is not a confidential version of 116 or 117. I have that right.
That's
right?
correct. It's just these redacted versions that we have.
Okay. So 117 is admitted.
Did I admit 116 as well?
You did.
Okay, thank you. So Investigator Schlitter, you continued to look into Supreme Towing and its record searches in DMV Drive. Is that right?
Yes, it was more in the context of just doing the investigation on the various vehicles. However, during the course of looking into those vehicles, I became aware of various activities by Supreme Towing.
Yeah, can you elaborate on that a little bit more? What are those activities?
So the activities would have been record searches that were performed by Supreme Towing on some of the vehicles that I was looking at.
Did those result in title applications? Or
They did.
retitling?
In some cases, they did, yes.
And did you look further into the documents submitted by Supreme to obtain those titles?
I did, yes.
Yeah. What did you find?
So on no less than 2 title applications that were made by Oscar Salinas, I discovered that during the course of his application for title on those vehicles, he had submitted documentation that contained false information. There was another vehicle that was he was attempting to title or had titled on behalf of Supreme Towing that also contained false documentation as part of the title application.
And what is this false documentation you're referring to?
So for the vehicle that he was applying for on behalf of Supreme Towing, that was a 2025 GMC Sierra. The document that was false was a bill of sale, a it was titled Denver County Bill of Sale. That contained false information. Specifically, it contained a notary stamp of a notary that had previously advised us and CMAT that her notary stamp or an image of her stamp was being used without her authorization. She also personally advised me that she didn't notarize documents like that, specifically that bill of sale, and that any image of her signature was a forgery.
And is that contained in your reports as well?
It is, yes.
And did you speak to the notary directly?
I did, yes.
And what did you learn? That
she told me, I asked her if she had notarized the document that I was looking at. She indicated that she hadn't notarized it and that any image of her signature was a forgery.
And you said that there was another instance of that.
Yes, there were various incidents where false documentation was provided. I don't know specifically without reviewing my report again, but if I remember, if I recall, the documents were consistent. So in other words, the tow carrier bill of sale would contain false information, or one of the other documents that were provided as part of the title application would contain false information, whether it was a publication, affidavit of publication, a tow carrier bill of sale, or another Department of Revenue DMV form that is required.
And in this report, if we could scroll down, I think at the end, were you prepared, was MVIU prepared to bring charges in this instance? If we could scroll down. Yes. Okay. And Investigator Schlitter, you had asked me if you could look at your report to remember something. I can certainly refresh your recollection. Do you recall, is it in this report or the road report that you were seeking additional information?
I believe it was this report, 723. I'm sorry, 853.
Okay. Staff's hearing exhibit 117 relates to 853. If we could scroll down to the narrative where Investigator Schlitter is drafting his transactions. This is...
Do you know what page?
No.
Investigator Schlitter, do you know how far down approximately this will be?
I want to say it starts on page 10.
Okay.
There we go. And this is as a result of your contact with CMAT, is that right?
Correct. This report is pertaining to one of the agency assists requests I received from them.
Investigator Schlitter, in reviewing this, are you able to refresh your recollection as to what you had wanted to say?
Well, during the course of this investigation, I was provided a list of VIN numbers from the CMAT detectives to cross-reference with DMV records to see if any recent titles had been issued for any of the vehicles, and if so, what documentation was provided as part of those title applications.
And do you know approximately how many of those findings related to Supreme Towing's activities?
I want to say no less than 3.
Okay. Is there any additional information that you would like the commission to know in regards to your findings into Supreme Towing and their record search activities?
I can't think of any.
Your Honor, I don't have any other questions for Investigator Schlitter.
Okay, I have one or two. First of all, Investigator Schlitter, thank you for being here. You provided testimony regarding a Nissan Rogue. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, sir.
And I think you had said that there was false information contained in one or more documents submitted by Supreme Towing for a title to that vehicle. Do I have that right?
That's correct.
Do you remember what the false information was?
Yes, specifically for the Nissan Rogue, I determined through the course of my investigation that a tow carrier bill of sale that had been submitted contained false information. And I had also determined that another document titled Affidavit of Publication that was also submitted as part of that title application contained false information.
And what was the false information in each of those documents?
For the tow carrier bill of sale, it contained numerous false information. So the false information indicated that Mr. Salinas had purchased the vehicle from another tow carrier. That was false. I subsequently verified with the tow carrier that they never sold that vehicle. There was representatives that were listed on the tow carrier bill of sale as agents of the tow carrier that allegedly sold this vehicle. That was false, because upon speaking to the tow carrier, I asked them if they had agents with these names, and they had never heard of them. The date in which Mr. Salinas indicated that he had purchased this vehicle from this tow carrier didn't coincide with the vehicle. And what I mean is, I had talked to the original owner, who stated that the vehicle had been involved in an accident. His insurance company at the time of the accident had set up a company called Supreme Towing to tow the vehicle. According to the original owner, Supreme Towing told him to just leave the keys to the vehicle under the floor mat and leave the vehicle unlocked, and they would come back and pick it up, which he did. The next day, he received a call from the collision center indicating that the vehicle had never arrived. So he contacted Supreme Towing, who advised him they did not have the vehicle. His insurance company also contacted Supreme Towing, who indicated they did not have the vehicle. The original owner advised me in my conversation with him that a couple of months later, he received a call from Supreme Towing indicating that they had their vehicle on their lot, and they wanted all kinds of storage fees. They wanted him to pay all kinds of storage fees. He told me at that point the insurance company had already paid out on the vehicle, so he didn't go and retrieve the vehicle. I had also determined that on the date on the bill of sale that contained false information, the date that was that Mr. Salinas allegedly purchased this vehicle, on that date, it was actually still in possession of the original owner, as the accident hadn't occurred yet.
Okay, so the Supreme Towing that you just referenced, I think you referenced two different Supreme Towings, and I just want to make sure of that. I mean, number one, you said that the insurance company had created an entity called Supreme Towing. Do I have that right?
So the original owner, when he told me that he was involved in an accident with his Nissan Rogue, he said his insurance company had set up a tow carrier called Supreme Towing to tow the vehicle.
Okay. And is that the same Supreme Towing that is the respondent in this proceeding, if you know?
I believe it is, yes.
Okay. And then Supreme Towing, the respondent in this proceeding, denied in two separate conversations, it sounds like, that it had the Nissan Rogue, but ultimately later confirmed that it did have the Nissan Rogue, and asked the owner, the former owner at this point, to come and retrieve the vehicle and pay a whole bunch of storage fees. Do I have that right?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. So I think that did that cover the bill of sale? The false information in the bill of sale?
Yes, it was through the course of a larger investigation, but yes.
Okay. And I think you also referenced regarding the Nissan Rogue a notice that also contained false information.
I'm sorry.
Do I have that right?
Can you repeat that question?
Yeah, I think you referenced two different documents regarding the Nissan Rogue that contained false information. One was the bill of sale, and there was a second document. I think you referred to it as a notice that also contained false information. Do I have that right?
That's correct. There was a bill of sale, and there was also a document called an affidavit of notification.
That's right. Okay. So what false information was in the affidavit?
The affidavit of notification contained the notary stamp or an image of the notary stamp for a notary named Karen Hogan. And when I spoke to Karen Hogan about notarizing these documents, she denied that she notarized these documents. And that's when she told me that any image of her signature on these documents were in fact a forgery.
Okay. All right. And is that the same notary who I think you referenced who told you the same thing with respect to the documents for the title application regarding the 2025 GMC Sierra?
That is correct. During that title application, a Denver bill of sale was provided as part of that title application by Mr. Salinas. And that bill of sale also contained a notary stamp and signature for Karen Hogan.
Okay. Did you encounter any other times that Supreme Towing and or Oscar Salinas used Miss Hogan's notary stamp improperly?
There were a lot of different
Okay.
applications that contained false information, specifically her notary stamp, pertaining specifically to Oscar Salinas or Supreme Towing. I believe, at least my investigation, there was probably the 2 or 3 vehicles that I was referring to.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I have nothing further. Miss Hayden, do you have anything based on my questions?
No, Your Honor, that clears it up, and that's detailed in Mr. Schlitter's, excuse me, Investigator Schlitter's reports, and that specifically hearing Exhibit 116, page 8.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And Investigator Schlitter, thank you very much for your testimony here today. It's been helpful, and you are excused from this proceeding.
Thank you.
So, Miss Hayden, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to hand the next witness to my colleague, Mr. Cox.
Okay. Give me.
Thank you.
Let me just ask really quickly. Ms. Shine, are you okay to go a little while longer? I'm planning on a break around 2:15 to 2:30.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, great. Mr. Cox, please go ahead.
And Your Honor, if it helps, this should be our last witness. So,
okay,
just for your timing purposes. Staff calls Lloyd Swint.
Great, thank you. And welcome, Investigator Swint. And you're ready to go. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. And welcome. And please state your name and spell it for the record.
My name is Lloyd. That's Lloyd. Last of Swint, SWINT.
And Investigator Swint, is there anybody in the room with you that you're testifying from?
No, Your Honor, I'm alone.
Okay, if that changes or if anybody tries to communicate with you regarding your testimony while you're testifying, please let me know.
I will, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Cox, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Investigator Swint.
Good afternoon.
Good to see you. Justin Cox, Assistant Attorney General on behalf of staff. Investigator Swint, who is your employer?
I am employed by the State of Colorado Public Utilities Commission.
And what is your current position with the Public Utilities Commission?
I'm currently serving as the manager of the Investigations and Compliance Unit
How long have you worked for the commission?
for 8 years, coming up on 8 years.
What did you do prior to working at the commission?
I have 23 years of law enforcement experience, starting out in Toledo, Ohio as a sheriff's deputy, and then I transferred to Arapahoe County, Colorado, and I'm now in my 33rd year of law enforcement.
Can you briefly describe your current duties for the commission?
To manage and lead the day-to-day operations of the Investigations and Compliance Unit, to answer complaints that are brought into the commission and then assign those complaints out to the investigators. And I also help monitor safety and compliance reviews that we also conduct in addition to case investigations.
And as part of your duties, are you familiar with the statutes and rules that govern the regulation of tow carriers in Colorado?
I am.
Also, as part of your duties, have you become familiar with Supreme Towing and Oscar Salinas?
I have, yes.
And how have you become familiar with them?
It all started back in about September of 2025 when CMAT reached out to us, realizing that we had some regulatory authority over tow carriers in the state of Colorado. And they notified us that they were conducting an investigation regarding a tow carrier and asked us to be present at a meeting that was held in October of 2025 to discuss Supreme Towing and Oscar Salinas.
And I want to make sure you get asked as well. You mentioned CMAT.
Yes.
What's your understanding of who CMAT is and what the acronym stands for?
Yes, and for his honor's question, the C stands for the Colorado Auto Theft Prevention Authority, and the MAT is the Metro Auto Theft Task Force.
And what is your understanding of the type of entity that CMAT is and what they do?
CMAT is a conglomeration of agencies from all around the Denver metro area, and their common denominator, their common theme is to investigate auto theft and prevent auto theft in and around the Denver metropolitan area.
And you indicated commission staff interacted with CMAT, and that's where they learned more about Supreme Towing. What types of information did they provide to you?
We were present for a briefing on an investigation that was ongoing at the time, and we were able to provide input as to what the PUC is, what we do, what we regulate, and be able to provide some commentary as to whether or not the actions that we were hearing about were valid and legal or not. And they asked us to collaborate with them, so we were willing partners in their investigation to the extent of our purview.
So let me just interrupt here for a moment. I'm going to need to take a 10-minute recess.
Sure.
So it's now about 2:10 p.m. Let's be back on the record at 2:20 p.m. I apologize. Okay, welcome back. Ms. Shine, are you ready to go?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Ms. Federico?
Yes, other than continued issues with my mouse. Yes.
Sorry about that. Okay, we are back on the record in proceeding number 26C-0259TO. Mr. Cox, you may proceed.
Thank you. And Investigator Swint, prior to the break, we were discussing the PUC staff's interaction with CMAT. I had asked what types of information that staff had received. If you want to maybe just go through that again, so we can get back to our place.
Yes. Picking up where we left off, one of the first things we received was a situational awareness bulletin that was dated March 27th of 2026. The bulletin number is A as in Adam, T as in Tom, 25. And it basically is a situational awareness that says predatory towing practices. This was sent to us by the National Insurance Crime Bureau with our contacts there, so that they were aware that this had been sent out by CMAT to the local law enforcement agencies.
Ms. Federico, if we could pull up hearing exhibit 102. If we could scroll down to page 2, please. Investigator Swin, are you familiar with this document?
Yes, that's the document I was referencing.
And what document would that be? Just for clarification.
Sure. Again, it came from CMAT. It's an unclassified law enforcement sensitive bulletin that talks about situational awareness of predatory towing practices dated March 27th of 2026.
And were there any specific towing companies or individuals referenced?
It was talking about much of the testimony that we've heard given here today and mentioned Supreme Towing as one of the companies involved in these predatory towing practices.
And is this a true and accurate representation of the bulletin you received?
Yes, it is.
Staff moves to admit hearing exhibit 102, public and confidential versions.
102 and 102C are admitted.
And Investigator Swin, if you could just give us a summary overview of the types of predatory practices that were identified in this bulletin.
It was as we heard some of the testimony today, it was use of coercion and deception to take control of vehicles that were involved in crashes or disabled. And the whole intent was to seize those vehicles and hold them for exorbitant towing fees and storage costs. And that's the activity that they were trying to alert law enforcement to.
Thank you. We can actually, if we want to move down to page 3. There are some photos there, and these, is it your understanding that these are the individuals associated with Supreme Towing?
Yes, the individual pictured on the left is identified as Oscar Salinas. The individual on the right is Moses Herrera, who is his half-brother. The photographs below them, we can see the camouflage Supreme Towing truck that has been testified to today. And I have never, other than before the bulletin, I had never seen that red truck or the notice of Supreme Towing buying junk cars, but they were included in this bulletin.
Thank you. Ms. Federico, we can take this down. Did you receive any other information from CMAT?
A short time later, on or about April 2nd, we received a second bulletin from CMAT.
Ms. Federico, if you could pull up hearing exhibit 103. Scroll down to page 2 again, please. And Investigator Swin, are you familiar with this document?
I am. It's the
And
situation. It's an unclassified law enforcement sensitive document. It's a situational awareness bulletin talking about predatory towing practices dated April 2nd, 2026. And the bulletin number is A as in Adam, T as in Tom, 250264.
And is this a true and accurate representation of the bulletin you received from CMAT?
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Staff moves to admit hearing exhibit 103, public and confidential versions.
103 and 103C are admitted.
And again, Investigator Swin, if you could give us a brief summary of the information that was added to this bulletin.
Between the first bulletin that came out in March and the later one here in April, we're seeing more information contained in this bulletin because of our collaboration with CMAT. So when this bulletin was prepared, we had active cases going on. So you'll see a little bit more definitive information. And then when we get to the third page of this exhibit, I can explain further some of the things that came to light as a result of some of the investigations that we had going.
Okay, if we could scroll down and Investigator Swin, if you want to go ahead and speak to those investigations.
Investigator Joe Potts and other law enforcement agencies, much of the testimony that we've heard in this hearing today, were involved in these investigations. And here again, we see their photographs, Oscar Salinas and his half-brother Moses Herrera. We once again see the blue camouflage Supreme towing truck that was featured in the first bulletin. Now we see in this bulletin the white Dodge that has been referenced a couple of times in testimony today that was unmarked but yet conducting tows and under the control of Supreme Towing during these several months of this activity.
And there are some names at the bottom there of detectives, Hodgson, Guidry, and Hernandez. Were you in contact with any of those detectives?
I was in frequent contact with Detective Jeff Hodgson of CMAT and with Detective Colton Hernandez of CMAT.
Thank you. We can take this down. Did those detectives provide you with any additional information?
We were in constant collaboration because in the beginning of March through the most of the month and then through April, we were being deluged with information and from reports from law enforcement agencies, rental car companies, and insurance companies about these predatory practices that were ongoing nearly every day by Supreme Towing. So we were staying in collaboration with each other so that they knew what we were doing and vice versa.
And did those include the law enforcement reports that have been testified about today?
Yes.
And just to be clear, have you been able to listen to the whole hearing today?
Yes, I have.
Thank you. Were there any additional reports received from CMAT that have not been discussed today?
Not at this point, not to my knowledge or belief, but everything that has been testified to today, we have copies at the PUC.
And did you review those reports?
I have.
And in addition, Investigator Potts testified earlier today about his investigations. What role did you play in those investigations?
Yeah. In the interest of continuity of investigations, Joe Potts was the lead investigator when it came to Supreme. So anything that came in about Supreme, I would funnel to Joe. What did Investigator Potts? What that means is if there was a new case that was filed that came out of our Consumer Affairs unit, that would automatically go to Investigator Potts. If I received information from an insurance company, I would refer that person or that email to Investigator Potts. If there was information that came from our contacts and partners at some of the rental car companies, I was referring all that to him as well. And finally, when there was any kind of interaction with CMAT, I was making sure that Investigator Potts was kept in the loop so that there was a full transparency on what everybody was doing.
Did you review Investigator Potts's findings related to his investigation or discuss them with him?
We were discussing them daily. And as part of my duties as the manager of the investigative unit, when a report is complete, it's my job to review that report for completeness and accuracy and approve it before it's sent to our storage files for the future.
Investigator Swint, we've heard various testimony about other towing company names that have come up related to Oscar Salinas today, including On Time Towing and Greg's Towing or Greg's Towing and Recovery. Are you familiar with those names related to Oscar Salinas?
Yes, I am.
And have any of them ever received a towing permit?
I could start with Greg's Towing if you'd like.
Sure.
And we've heard testimony today that Greg's Towing was seen, the name was seen on magnetic signs that were placed on the sides of that white truck. In the research that I have done, I have not found any evidence of a company with a history at the Colorado Public Utilities Commission in the name of Greg's Towing. So to the best of my knowledge and belief, that is a fictitious company that does not exist.
And how about Greg's Towing and Recovery?
Same thing. I've checked every combination of those names and there's nothing visible in our system.
And then On Time Towing?
On Time Towing, interesting about On Time Towing is that in the yard, in the storage yard of Supreme, we found On Time Towing's truck. Recently, an application was applied for by Moses Herrera, who was Oscar Salinas' half-brother, and that permit was also denied. So we're familiar with the names of those companies and the designated agents, partners being in collaboration and basically relatives.
Investigator Swint, based on your review of the law enforcement reports, other information provided by CMAT, as well as Investigator Potts's investigations, did you take any actions?
It was time that we do a summary suspension, and it was obvious to me that based upon everything that was happening in a very short period of time, that Oscar Salinas and Supreme Towing was no longer worthy of having a permit in the state of Colorado, and I took action to revoke his permit.
Ms. Federico, if we could bring up hearing exhibit 123. And we can look at this first page, Investigator Swint. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do. This is the order of summary suspension, complaint, and notice of hearing that I helped prepare and mail to Mr. Salinas.
If we could scroll down a little bit towards the end of the first page. The letter says digitally signed by Rebecca White. Can you identify Rebecca White for us?
Per rule, this letter, because it's the type of suspension, has to be signed by the director. So Rebecca E. White is currently serving as the director of the Colorado Public Utilities Commission. Once this letter was drafted and in its current form, I sent it to Director White for her signature.
So fair to say you assisted in the drafting of this letter?
I did.
If we could scroll down to page 2. And this was all in the same document, but what are we looking at here, Investigator Swamp?
Yes, thank you. This is the affidavit that was prepared to provide the factual support for the summary suspension. And this is a letter that, or the affidavit that I myself helped draft with all the information that much of it we've heard testimony about today. And it bears my signature at the bottom.
We want to run to the bottom on page 12 just to confirm that. There we go. And that is your signature?
Yes, it is.
Investigator Swamp. Thank you. Staff moves to admit hearing exhibit 123.
123 is admitted.
And Investigator Swint, you mentioned you mailed the document. Was that to serve the document on Supreme Towing?
Yes, it was.
And can you walk us through the steps of what you did to serve this document?
You'll notice that the letter is dated June 26th of 2026. I then went to the U.S. Postal Service in Littleton, Colorado, and I sent both letters via U.S. mail. First was standard mail. The second was by certified mail. And also to cover the base of service, I had 2 email addresses for Oscar Salinas. Both of those are in the record in IFMS. And so I, as a courtesy, emailed this letter to him as well.
Ms. Federico, if we could bring up hearing exhibit 120. If we could scroll through, and Investigator Swin, if you can tell us if you recognize this document.
I do. Those are photographs that I took at the counter at the post office. That very first one is the standard mail. It was sent to Oscar Salinas at Supreme Towing at the West Iliff Drive address. That is the address that's on record with the PUC and one that we know to be his residence.
Okay. And then
Second,
on page 2.
Page two is the certified mail that was sent from the same post office at the same time. If we could scroll down. Yes, there's the certified version. Same letter, same affidavit, went out at the same time, and that went from the same post office.
And both of those were to Oscar Salinas, is that correct?
That's correct. And you'll see the receipt is stamped June 29th.
Okay, thank you. And did you mail these on behalf of Director White?
I did.
Staff moves to admit hearing exhibit 120.
120 is admitted.
And Investigator Swin, are you aware whether these mailings reached Mr. Salinas?
I'll speak first to the certified mail. I know that a notice was left at that address on July the 6th, 2026, but it was never claimed from the post office. Then it was returned to the PUC. As for the standard mail and the email addresses, I met the burden of service and I could only assume that he received them, but I also know that the address is valid, and I also know that the email addresses were valid and obvious by the kind of, the interactions we've had with him since then. We have to make the assumption that he received them because we were in touch with him.
Was the mailing that was done by regular mail, was that returned?
No, it wasn't.
Thank you. We can take this one down if we could pull up hearing exhibit 121. And Investigator Swint, do you recognize this document?
Yes, this is an email that I sent from my state email address to Mr. Oscar Salinas at the first address of the Supreme Towing 2018 at Gmail email address. And that's the first one I sent.
If we could scroll down to page 2, Ms. Federico. Thank you. And if you can explain what the rest of this document shows.
If I could respectfully ask to go to page 3, I can explain what's on page 3.
I don't think there is a page 3.
Yeah, there's just 2 pages there.
Oh, there was. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I have a page 3 in my old version. So at the very bottom, you'll see that I sent this to another email address that we knew and developed through the case, but also it's listed in IFMS. It's Oscar0797 @Gmail. So I sent that as a courtesy in case the first one was not received.
Got it.
You'll see the reference at the bottom that the Supreme Towing letter of revocation and affidavit was attached to that second email as well.
So let me just ask really quickly, who do you believe is associated with that email address, the Oscar0797 @gmail.com?
I believe that email address belongs to Oscar Salinas.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Cox.
Oh, thank you. And staff would move to admit hearing exhibit 121.
121 is admitted.
Investigator Swint, did you receive any bounce back or returned email indicating that these emails were not received?
No. To the best of my knowledge and belief, they were delivered.
Thank you. Ms. Federico, we can take this down. Investigator Swint, based on your review of the law enforcement reports, the investigations, can you give us a brief summary of why you are seeking to revoke Supreme Towing's permit?
From the first time we became in contact with Supreme Towing, it's very obvious that we were dealing with deception, coercion, extortion, using false pretenses to obtain and control property that doesn't belong to them. We're looking at fraud and theft. A permit by the state of Colorado and the Public Utilities Commission is a privilege. It's not a right. And I believe that Mr. Salinas, Supreme Towing, and those associated with him have ruined that right and ruined that privilege. I mean, and they are no longer deserving of having a permit. In the interest of consumer protection and the amount of information and the time and resources that we have utilized to get to this point today, I just do not feel it's in the public interest for this company to operate. And I just ask the court to take that into consideration as his honor weighs all the evidence.
Thank you, Investigator Swint. No further questions, Your Honor.
And I have no questions for Investigator Swint. So let me thank you for your testimony, Investigator Swint. It's been helpful, and you are excused from this proceeding.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. So, Mr. Cox, I'm assuming you don't have any other witnesses?
Correct. No further witnesses, Your Honor.
So is staff resting?
Yes.
Okay. And I don't see anybody. I don't see Mr. Salinas or anybody representing Supreme Towing. If there is anybody on or in this hearing, please speak now. And that's anybody, either Mr. Salinas or anybody representing Mr. Salinas or Supreme Towing. Okay. So let me just state for the record that Mr. Salinas is not present at this hearing, has not been throughout the hearing, nor is there any representative of Mr. Salinas or of Supreme Towing. As noted, this hearing was scheduled and noticed give me just a moment, in decision number R26-0447-I that issued on July 7th, 2026. It's scheduled and gave notice of this hearing to start today, August 25th, 2026 at 9 a.m. We went on the record at approximately 9:04 a.m. There was nobody present. On behalf of Mr. Salinas or Supreme Towing, Mr. Salinas was not present either. We took approximately a 15-minute recess to allow Mr. Salinas or anybody representing him or Supreme Towing more time to appear. As noted, nobody has appeared for this hearing. Let me just state that the evidence regarding proof of service of the order of summary suspension is compelling. And it indicates that Mr. Salinas and or Supreme Towing received notice of the order of summary suspension and the notice of hearing. The hearing was originally scheduled for July 9th, 2026 at 9 a.m. That was included in the order of summary suspension dated June 26th, and that was served on June 29th of 2026. Mr. Salinas filed a motion to continue the hearing. He filed that on July 6th, 2026, 3 days before the hearing was supposed to take place. Staff indicated that it took no position with respect to the motion to continue filed on July 6th. Mr. Salinas requested a 45-day continuance, as he stated, quote, in order to hire counsel and prepare for the hearing. I granted that motion to continue. In decision R26-0447-I that issued on July 7th, 2026. In that decision, I granted that motion to continue and scheduled the hearing for today, which was at least, it may have just been, but it was at least 45 days after the former date for the hearing. In fact, as evidence that Mr. Salinas and or Supreme Towing received notice of that decision, received the decision, and the fact that I granted the motion to continue and continued the hearing until today, Mr. Salinas filed on August 18th a second motion to continue, in which he requested an additional 45-day continuance. And again, he stated he needed it, quote, in order to hire counsel and prepare for the hearing. He also stated that he had encountered some financial hardships. I denied without prejudice that motion to continue because Mr. Salinas and or Supreme Towing had not complied with the Commission's rules of practice and procedure, and in particular, Rule 1400A of the Commission's rules of practice and procedure, which require anybody filing a motion, and specifically a motion to continue, to confer with the opposing party to ask whether they would oppose or not oppose the motion. Mr. Salinas did not do that. He did not state in the motion to continue filed on August 18th that he had conferred with staff, and Mr. Cox, I think you've confirmed for me that he in fact did not confer with staff regarding this motion to continue. Do I have that right, Mr. Cox?
Correct. He did not confer with us before he filed that motion.
Okay. So as noted, I denied it without prejudice, and either explicitly stated or effectively stated that it could be refiled if Mr. Salinas / Supreme Towing complied with that rule of practice and procedure. No such subsequent motion to continue was filed. And let me just finally note that I have not received any communication from Mr. Salinas or anybody representing Mr. Salinas and or Supreme Towing indicating that they could not appear today for this hearing. And as I understand it, Mr. Cox, neither you nor any of your associates have received such communication. Am I right about that, Mr. Cox?
That's correct.
Okay. So based on all of this, I'm going to find that Oscar Salinas and Supreme Towing have failed to appear here today for this hearing. So with that, let me ask, Mr. Cox, do you have anything further that you'd like me to address?
No. If Your Honor would want a closing or prepared to do that, I certainly don't think we need a SOP unless there's any specific issues you'd like us to address that haven't been addressed so far.
Mr. Cox, would you like to provide a closing argument? I'm not sure that I need one, but I'll give you the opportunity if you want.
Ms. Hayden.
Your Honor, if the court is not in need of one, we will forego a closing argument.
Okay, so two last points. Let me just state, I neglected to do this to this point, but I'm closing the evidentiary record in this proceeding. And let me request this. Would staff be willing to draft proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law, basically my recommended decision in this proceeding? It would be proposed. The likelihood that I would adopt it outright is, I'll be frank, pretty low, but it could go a long ways towards helping me get this decision out quickly, or as quickly as reasonably possible. So are you willing to do that? And I'm willing to give you time within reason. So let me ask number one, are you willing to do that?
Yes, we are.
Okay. How much time do you think you need?
I think we could get you something for the end of the week.
Okay.
If you need it
today's-
sooner, we will
Your Honor,
do our best.
Your Honor, I think I know we're up against a deadline for an expedited decision. I don't know if we can get a transcript that quickly turned around. We will do everything we can to get that to you expeditiously.
Okay. Do you agree with this week?
Yes, we can do it. I think it's important to get a decision turned around quickly.
Okay.
Justin, you want to go forward?
No, I agree. It's the concern I understand from Ms. Hayden is the transcript, and I'm not sure what the timeline looks like there. But we will still do our best. And if we can get the transcript before then, great, and we can cite to it. Certainly that'll be better, but that may be something you will need to fill in afterwards.
Okay. And what is your view regarding the deadline for an expedited ruling?
I think the rule indicates a reasonable time. Let's see. Your Honor, we're looking that up.
Yes, take your time.
Judge, while we're waiting, I had a quick question about exhibits. So I thought I'd chime in just quickly on them while we're waiting on that. Is that all right? Or would you prefer I wait?
Go for it, I would say.
So on most of the exhibits admitted, they were very clear that they were doing, public and confidential, but there were two where only the public versions were mentioned and the confidential one wasn't. That's 102C and 111C. So I just wanted to check if I should take those and move those over or what's the plan with those two?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, Ms. Federico? I apologize. So it's 102C and
111C.
And so ask your question again. I apologize.
For every other exhibit that had a public and a confidential, they mentioned both, but those two exhibits, they only mentioned 102 and 111. They didn't mention the confidential versions. So I was just checking in the status of those, if I should move those over or if there's a reason they weren't discussed.
So my notes indicate that I admitted both 102C and 111C. So I would say move them over.
Thank you. Maybe I just missed those two. Thanks.
Thank you for staying on top of that. Okay.
And just for clarification about the rule, says the ALJ will expedite the issuance of a decision after hearing. There is no specific date on that.
And what rule is that?
That is 6011A.
Okay.
Roman numeral 4.
Give me just a moment. Right. Okay. So that rule 6011A4, Roman numeral 4, indicates that we were required to hold the hearing no later than 10 days after the letter of summary suspension. But of course, the respondent requested the motion for continuance. That was granted. So I do see the final sentence. The ALJ will expedite the issuance of a decision after hearing. So I'm not aware, but just give me one more moment. I'm not aware of anything else that specifies that or how expedite or period of time, but give me just a moment. Okay. So I think what I just stated is accurate, that there's no specified period of time except that the rules say that it should be expedited.
Your Honor, in order to provide you a thorough draft of potential findings to consider, it would be beneficial for staff to be in possession of that transcript. I don't know how long that would take. I think that might put undue burden on our transcriptionists. So if the commission is willing to allow us a bit more time, rather than the end of week, we would certainly appreciate that consideration.
Understood. Let's go off the record for a moment. Ms. Shine, I hate to put you on the spot like this, but what's realistic? And I want you to be realistic.
I could get it to staff by end of day Thursday, or even maybe noon on Thursday. Is
Okay.
that good, or should I try to get it done faster?
I think that's stupendous.
Okay.
I think you could probably even have through Friday if you need it.
Okay, that would be really great.
Okay. So if you get the transcript on Friday, when do you think the proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law, and again, be realistic. I want something that's at least reasonably good, so that will be helpful to me. So what's realistic for you?
Your Honor, would the court commission consider due date of Friday, September 4th? Or even Tuesday the 8th? Give us that weekend. We'll give up the weekend.
Give me a moment. So we're at the 25th.
And then we go into Labor Day weekend. So the commission would not be in session on Monday, the 7th.
Well, under the circumstances, I mean, I think that's reasonable. Do you really want until the 8th? Don't you want the 4th? I mean, do you really want to work over Labor Day weekend?
It would be reasonably better, Your Honor. No, under the pressure of Friday the 4th, I think we can make that happen. So we
Okay.
can
All right, so we'll make it the 4th. So let's go back on the record. So we're back on the record in proceeding number 26C-0259TO. After discussion off the record, staff is going to do its best to file the proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law by Friday, September 4th, 2026. So, is that accurate? Did I get that right, Ms. Hayden?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, excellent. So with that, is there anything further that you'd like me to address?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so particularly once I receive the proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law, I'll get a decision out, recommended decision, as soon as reasonably possible thereafter. So with that, let me thank everybody for the presentation today. Let me also say, to the extent, two other things, to the extent that Mr. Salinas or anybody representing him or Supreme Towing is watching this through the YouTube channel. Two things. Number one, after I issue my recommended decision, anybody who's dissatisfied with it, including staff, will have 20 days to file exceptions. The exceptions will then go before the 3 commissioners of the Public Utilities Commission, who will then decide those exceptions. So that's important. 20 days after my recommended decision is the deadline for filing exceptions. Number 2, let me just stress that the order of summary suspension remains in effect. So neither Mr. Salinas or Supreme Towing or anybody representing either of them should be conducting any tows whatsoever during this period. So please continue to comply with the order of summary suspension. So with that, let me thank everybody again, and we are adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.